Welcome, everyone, to Southern Virginia University Softball. I'm Jim Bresnahan, joined by Mike Harmon, and we're getting ready for the final home doubleheader of women's softball for 2016 as the Knights get ready to take on Frostburg. And Southern Virginia comes in with a record of 0-10, 7-25 on the season, Mike, but a little deceiving. They have been playing very, very well this season. They've won some games at home. They're coming off a tough doubleheader loss to Christopher Newport, but in the second game of that doubleheader,
Seeing it into sides in trying to get the Capital great better. Just the cold weather that we had and the rain and snow throughout the first part of the season really put them behind.
And Maddie Muse is the starting pitcher in game one of this doubleheader against Frostburg, and the opening hitter here for Frostburg is a junior, Jessica Dubbs. Swinging foul strike on the first pitch of the game.
It looks like Frostburg wants to start with a little bit of a short game, test the Knights' defense.
On attempts there, Edwards fields, throws, and safe.
And Dubs showed some great speed getting down the line.
Good play by Edwards, too. Good throw. You got Edwards behind the plate, Muse pitching, and also we've got, as before, Rachel Moore at second base, and we've got Helms over third base, and outfielders on the field, Mike, defensively, who get the most attempts would be second base and shortstop.
Yeah, and again, there's some bad hops that they've taken, but it's just been a lack of being able to be outside and get a lot of repetitions as we see Muse walk Zingle there.
Yeah, that's first and second with nobody gone here in the first inning, bringing up the number 3 hitter now, and Hannah Tavik. She's a junior. And Frostburg trying to jump on top early here in the first inning. Pitch is low. Frostburg, by the way, came in with a record of 6-2 in the conference, and overall 20-8 on the season. They are one of 4 Capital teams with overall victories surpassing 20.
And again, it doesn't matter what sport we're looking at. If you're looking at the Capital Athletic Conference, those top 4 teams usually are going to be very, very good.
Actually, the 4th team is Mary Washington. They're 6-4, but 11-23 overall. So they came into outside of Capital play. They are just 5-19. That ball's cranked to the outfield, hit deep, and Hilton's there to make the play. And keeps the runners at first and second as well. And Hilton and Stites play very good left and center field. And Hilton especially is having a heck of a season.
She has coming in as a freshman, going into the main spot in the outfield, the center fielder, being able to anchor that defense straight up the middle has really settled down some of the issues that we saw last year in the outfield.
So first and second, 1 out now here in the first inning. And that brings up the cleanup hitter now to the plate. And Renee Abel, first baseman, senior. Knights last week, Mike, had that big doubleheader home sweep, I believe, against Trinity. And then, as we talked about, going to CNU and losing, I believe, the first game by 8 in a 5-inning contest, and coming back and really giving CNU a scare in that second game 2-1.
Yeah, that was probably the best game they've played all season long. I'm sure that Coach Hall really excited about the prospects. This young team starting to round into some great plays, so hopefully we'll be able to see them not only finish out progressing well this year, but into next year also.
We talked about Maddie Muse pitching very well in that game. There were very few errors, if any, very few walks. And the Knights had their chances early in that game to score more than 1 run. I know Andy Clark left a few on base, but again, it shows you when you don't have errors, when you don't give up walks, when you don't put people on base without them getting hits, obviously, it really keeps you in the game.
Well, that's the big key, especially in softball because the dimensions are so short. You can't afford to have any errors on your own side. The other team's going to do all they can to get those runs. If you have errors, that just gives them extra, and this is one of the things that we're looking at here.
Good called strike by Muse for the 3rd strike. And that's the second out. So suddenly, after getting the first 2 on, Frostburg has recorded a couple of outs. It's 2 on, 2 out now for the number 5 hitter, a lefty, senior outfielder Taylor Blevins. And this would be huge for Muse to get out of this first inning after putting the first 2 on.
It would, and you have to kind of expect in the first inning to see a little bit of jitters, especially since this is senior day and all the freshmen want to really send the seniors out with a great big bang. But we've seen Muse pitch before, and she seems to get a little bit stronger as the game goes on until the other team starts to pick up her timing.
Popped up out of play. And with the honored seniors here on the softball team, I guess Mike will be honored after game 2.
After game 2, we'll have a small little ceremony, and so stay with us, and we'll honor our seniors.
Pitches outside. Looked like Muse wasted that one a little bit, hoping that the batter would chase it. And you got to know they want to go out on senior day with at least one win in this doubleheader. They're trying to get that first Capital win. That ball is hit right back to Muse, knocks it down, picks it up, fires to first, and that is the 3rd out. We're going to the bottom of the 1st, and no score here from Southern Virginia University. Jim Bresnahan, Mike Harmon back here at Southern Virginia University. Knights ready to come up after Frostburg went down. After getting the first 2 runners on, the Knights were able to stop Frostburg from scoring, and now the Knights will get to hit for the first time in this first game of the doubleheader with the leadoff hitter coming up, Rachel Moore.
Well, this is going to be important that Moore gets on the base to set the tables for the Knights.
Especially as we've talked about, Mike, and it seems to be even prevailing now that the top of the order, the first 5, 6 hitters, drastically more dangerous than the bottom of the order for the Knights.
Yeah, and that's something that Coach Hall is looking to change for next year, too. She wants a more even batting order, but we need to see a little bit more pop out of all the bats.
And Hilton came in hitting .312 on the season. Rips that one to left, base hit. And Hilton, look out for her on the base pass. She has 9 steals. Again, came in hitting .312. Only Gabbard is higher than her at .348, Mike. It's really been Hilton, Gabbard, Sarah Edwards, and to a certain degree Rachel Moore leading the hitting attack.
And they're going to have to really try to take advantage of everything they have here.
That one is bunted, and they'll go to first base. So Rachel Moore, who had 5 steals this season, goes from first to second. Good job by Hilton to move her up with the bunt. And now here comes Sarah Edwards, who has not only been one of the top hitters hitting .280, Mike, but she's drawn the most walks, 13 walks this season. Best on-base percentage, .415.
Well, she's going to have to deliver here because you don't want to waste an opportunity after Hilton was able to sacrifice Moore over to second base. You don't want to leave her late there.
So Moore is the runner at second. 1 gone here in the bottom of the first inning. And Molly Gabbard, arguably the Knights' best hitter, at least this season, hitting .348. 3 homers on deck. Ball fouled off. And Edwards really obviously would like to move her runner over from second to third, but with one out, really looking for a base hit here, Mike.
Yeah, got to try to sneak something through the infield or hit the green. Anything that hits the outfield will have more score.
Ball fouled away. And that time, Sarah really late getting around on that fastball.
Yeah, she was fooled on that one.
That's a ball. Ken Gabbard is on deck, followed by Jordan Stites. Moore ready to go from second base. Pitch is hit to the outfield. Going to be caught, though.
Oh, and she might be doubled off.
Yeah, no, it's back in time, and the ball was dropped anyway. So that will give Gabbard a chance here with 2 outs now, and still it is Moore at second base. But she was anticipating that might drop, Mike, and almost paid for it.
Almost paid for it there. We do have a little bit of wind here blowing in, so it's going to hold the balls up in the air a little bit more than normal. A lot of other sports going on today. We have baseball playing at Mary Washington. They'll be at Covington tonight. Women's lacrosse will be playing Frostburg at 5.
And then I guess they're ready for senior day on Saturday against Wesley. And a couple of seniors going to be hard to say goodbye to for women's lacrosse, and Rainey Whitworth and Zoe Bradshaw, just to name a few.
Yeah, those two have really helped elevate the women's lacrosse team over the last 2 or 3 years, and seeing them go, that's going to be hard for Coach Weber to replace.
Man, they're looking to pick up their first capital victory either today against Frostburg or Saturday against Wesley. 7-8 overall in the season. Gabbert, good eye, takes a ball.
And I wouldn't doubt that they're pitching very carefully to Gabbert, knowing that after her batting averages start to fall.
Yeah, Stites is up next, so 181 average. Even though Stites been able to hit the ball here lately, but again, just an average of 181. And if you're looking at a 348 hitter and a 181 hitter on deck, you probably pitch around them.
Yeah, you just don't give them anything close to hit. You try to make them hit your pitch and leave nothing in the strike zone.
And if you're Gabbert, boy, you almost really have to be swinging, not at terrible pitches, but you really have to probably lengthen the pitches, or expand your strike, your batting situation, where you're going to maybe swing at balls that are out of the strike zone a little bit. That ball's popped up to right field, should be caught. No, it drops in for a hit. Run will score. Gabbert stays at first base. Could have easily gone to second. Kind of surprising that she didn't go to second base, Mike, with 2 outs.
Well,
no reason to hesitate.
Yeah, but you don't want to make the second out or the last out with a base running mistake. Plus, I think she was a little bit surprised that the ball dropped.
Not only dropped, but dropped in fair territory, barely by a foot or so. Blevins, the right fielder, looked like she had it all the way, but it kept tailing away from her. Maybe that wind, Mike.
I believe it was the wind that kind of kept pushing it, because you saw her go over, get set underneath it, and then have to try to make it a quick adjustment at the end.
And so, just like that, the Knights take the lead for the first time and score first here in this game. 1-0 Knights, with Stites coming up and Gabbard now at first with 2 outs.
Well, we've talked all season about trying to take advantage of all the opportunities that were afforded you. Here's another opportunity that the Knights have now to try to increase.
Yeah, that one's blooped into center field for a hit. Gabbard will have to stop at second, but now it's first and second. And that'll bring up Annie Clark to the plate. And she's hitting just 190 this season. She does have 7 RBIs. I think kind of to a certain degree, with the 181 average for Stites and the 190 for Clark are a little deceiving. You would think they might be up in the 220 to at least 250 range maybe, the way they've been able to swing the bat at times.
There's been some games where we've seen them really hot, but then there's also been some games where they haven't been able to find the ball, not just missing in the strike zone, but they've hit the ball right to opponents.
And you get the feeling, again, there's 2 outs, but the ball is going to have to be knocked deeply, I would imagine, into the outfield on a single for Gabbert to score from second.
Yeah, Garrett's not the most fast person on the team, and you don't again want to try to get the last out at home plate. So if it's in the gap, I'm sure Coach Hall will send her. If not, they'll just play station to station. And they've seen other teams come in here and play station to station against them and be very successful.
Although the on-deck hitter, I believe, is Gastelum, and she's hitting just 136 this season. That pitch popped up, foul, and out of play. Boy, it really would be nice, though, for the women to pick up that first Capital win.
It'd be great, and it'd be just a great achievement for a team that we've seen steadily improve over the season.
I mean, last year, averaging anywhere from 5 to 8 errors a game. A lot of games never made it past the fifth inning. Pretty astronomical ERA and a very low team batting average. And this year, the team batting average is 228, which doesn't sound fantastic, but at times last year it was like 180, maybe 150 in Capital play.
Yeah, it was very low last year. Again, the program's on the rise. It's going to take about 2 to 3 recruiting seasons for Coach Hall to get the players that she actually really wants to bring in and really gel together as a team.
Yeah, you get maybe 6 or 7 more Terry Hiltons.
Yeah.
That ball is ripped foul.
Well, again, just the athleticism that we've seen out here on the field is much better than it was last year. Now, we don't want to knock last year's team. They did the best that they could, and we're in some really tough circumstances. But you can just use the eye test and see.
Get to third, and they'll step on third base for the force and the third out of the inning. But the Knights do score a run. I believe that's third out. Well, they're going to say a second out, so there is.
Called it a foul ball.
They did call it a foul. Okay, so it's still first and second. There are still 2 outs. And Clark still has a chance here to maybe drive home a run. But as you mentioned, Mike, it may need to be a gapper. That ball is hit and hit foul down the line.
You know, this is something that we didn't see a lot last year of a lot of foul balls, trying to just get rid of pitches that you don't really like, but able to stay in the count and try to find something that if the pitcher makes a mistake, you're able to jump on.
See if Clark maybe tries to go the other way or pulls it with first and second. And Gastelum is on deck. Pitch is hit to the outfield. Hit deep over the center fielder's head. Nope. Going to be right there, Mike, to make the play. It looked like maybe for a second that ball might just keep carrying, which would have been fantastic for the Knights.
Yeah, it would have been great. Unfortunately, though, the wind kind of blowing just a little bit the wrong way, holding the ball up for the center fielder.
But the Knights do score a run. We played one, and the Knights are on top here, 1-0. We have played an inning, and the Knights are on top here, 1-0 in the opener of this doubleheader against the Frostburg Bobcats. As the Bobcats come to hit now here in the top of the second inning, Muse is the pitcher for the Knights. Frostburg got the opening 2 batters on base in the first inning, but then could not score with first and second, Mike, and nobody out in the first inning.
Well, and again, the Knights were able to shut down their mistakes with Muse letting the first two on base. Knights were able to take advantage of a miscue by the outfielder, Blevins, not being able to catch a kind of a lazy pop fly to get their 1-0 lead.
Muse has struck out 52 or 53 now, I believe, in 108 innings. And again, came in with an ERA of 4.81, which actually, Mike, is pretty good. I know in the majors, you might be like the fifth starter with an ERA of 4.81, but Muse has pitched very well this season.
She has, and again, she's not going to throw it by you with blazing speed. She uses a lot of spin, a lot of movement, and a lot of off-speed pitches.
Trying to get the leadoff hitter for Frostburg, popped up and out of play. We were talking about trying to find more Tara Hilton's, and Hilton is, I mean, good hitting. Came in hitting .312, good defense, and blazing speed on the base pass. And also a very aggressive player.
Yeah, very aggressive.
You can see the confidence too.
Again, just increasing the athleticism on the team was paramount from last year to this year. Now she's going to go out and look for some big hitters. Still looking for speed, but
so you don't want 9 Tara Hiltons with, let's say, no power, but a lot of speed, singles hitters, station to station. You still would like to get somebody who can maybe hit 6-7 homers a year.
Oh, that would be a dream, because really one of the best plays in softball is a 3-run home run. It's able to get 1 or 2 on base and then see it go over, score 3 just like that. That's what we're looking for.
Because if you're a station-to-station team, you better have hitters with very good batting averages.
That, and if you have an off day and you're just hitting it to the shortstop, second baseman, you're going to have a long afternoon.
Unless, of course, you're facing a team that is really not, maybe a little inept when it comes to defense, in which case you want to hit the ball on the ground in the infield.
Well, that's some of the coaches' philosophies. I'd much rather see a bunch of line drives trying to get through the gaps in the infield into the outfield. That way, you're hitting the ball hard, and if you keep on beating the ball down, you're going to incur some outs.
Well, Frostburg got, again, it's a leadoff hitter on base, just like in the first inning. And we'll see if Muse can strand that runner, as she stranded 2 runners in the top of the first.
Well, we have to hope that Muse is not feeling the effects of that ball that came back and hit her for the third out.
Ball hit down the left field line, foul. Of course, the last time we were webcasting a home game, Muse was out ill, and it took Rachel Moore and Annie Clark, who actually did very well throwing the ball from the pitcher's mound.
Yeah, they did a great job trying to compete and stay through that doubleheader that the Knights really had some chances to be successful there.
Hit to center field. Hilton is there, makes the catch. Boy, Hilton just looks so confident addressing the ball. You don't see her misjudge balls very often.
Now, the last time that we saw a misjudged ball really by the Knights, who were playing at nighttime, is one of the first times that they played underneath the lights. And anytime you play underneath lights for the first time, you got some problems.
So there's 1 on, 1 out here in the top of the second inning. Ball's hit foul again. Looks like Frostburg may be a little confused too, also, Mike, by some of the slower pitches from Muse.
Yeah, again, a lot of movement on the ball, and the speed is much lower than I'm sure they expected after coming from seeing the likes of Salisbury's and seeing Muse. But very effective is what Muse is doing.
That one's high. Salisbury right now, and along with the Newport, they are the top 2 teams in the Capital Conference. Salisbury 7-1, 25-4 overall. Newport 8-2, 28-5 overall. But again, the Knights only lost that second game to Newport the other day, 2-1. Swung on, fouled away.
Yeah, and we're getting to the time of the year where anybody can beat anybody else, because after playing so long of a season, injuries start to mount up. You don't know who's going to be available day to day, and you just have to take advantage of those opportunities when regulars are out.
And, of course, the Knights only have 3 bench players, Mike, and I know that's another area they would like to add more depth in the future.
Yeah, five new players coming in would be very good for the Knights. You know, we know they're losing at least 2, but if you can add
Clark over, got the lead runner, not in time to get the runner at first, so good job by Muse. The first runner got on at first base, Mike, but now they've got a runner at first and there are 2 outs.
Well, and she's not giving in, throwing the ball right across the middle of the plate. Even when she gets behind, she's trying to make them hit pitches that she wants them to swing at.
And now it's going to be the number 9 hitter, I believe, and Catherine Kim. The shortstop for Frostburg. Well, if Muse can keep pitching like this, keep Frostburg off the board, and the Knights can just manufacture a few more runs, they'll be in a pretty good position with still a long way to go.
A long way to go, and you just don't want to have a 1-run lead. You'd like to get a 5-6 run lead going in to the later parts of the inning.
Talked about Salisbury 7-1, Newport 8-2. Frostburg is 6-2 with Mary Washington 6-4, and then Wesley 5-5. York is 4-6. Then you got Penn State Harrisburg at 2-8, and the Knights 0-10 in the conference.
You know, and the Knights went up to York and played a doubleheader. It was very competitive in those games too. So it's just right around the corner when the Knights will break through and win their first conference game.
That bunt foul. Talked about Knights in Covington against Mary Washington in baseball action today, and they are 9-20 on the season, 5-10 in the Capital Conference. There's just not enough wins in the conference, Mike, it looks like, for baseball to make it into the postseason tournament.
Yeah, I was talking to Coach Mann today, and he said that this is kind of like a playoff game for them to maybe get into the Capital Conference.
They have to win this and then go to Marymount, I guess, on Saturday
and win
in a doubleheader.
Yeah, and win those. I think he was looking at the team that is in front of them and saw that they
Penn
may
State
have
Harrisburg.
They may have a little bit of trouble on their doubleheader on Saturday. So today's a huge day for them.
And I don't know, maybe it's almost a playoff game because I know Mary Washington has struggled for wins, and they might be in the same boat. If they can run the table and get some help, they might be able to squeeze in. And they have strange records. I mean, a really good overall record, just not very good for some reason in the Capital. Hit towards second base. They'll go to first and throw it away. Annie Clark throws away Gabbert right there to pick it up. So it's first and third, Mike.
And those are the small mistakes that have seemed to plague the Knights this year. Just when they think that everything is going well, one little mistake happens, and then the other teams that they've played have been so good that they've taken advantage of those mistakes.
Hard to say if that throw is on the money, whether it's going to beat the runner for first base or not, or if that was one of those deals where maybe Clark just is better off to hold on to the ball.
Yeah, we saw when it hit the ground, it kind of dug into that soft dirt right there in front of second base and didn't pop up at all.
That ball is bunted foul. So you got, I believe, Dubs, the leadoff hitter, the lefty, who bunted for a base hit in the first inning. And now first and third, 2 outs, and she's trying to maybe tie the game with a hit. Muse gets her to foul off another one.
Well, now the Muse is in the driver's seat. Really, she shouldn't throw anything that close to the strike zone for the next 2 pitches. Try to get Dubs reaching for the ball.
Muse trying to get out of another jam with 2 runners on, just like in the first inning. Off-speed pitch away. Runner's going to steal second. No throw. Second and third. 2 outs.
And you saw that waste pitch by Muse. There should be another one right now. You want it a little bit closer to the strike zone. Try to entice that swing.
Got to watch the bunt, too. Ball is lifted to short, and right there is Andy Clark to put it away for the 3rd out. So The Knights have stranded 4 Frostburg runners in the first 2 innings, and it's 1-0 Knights as we go to the bottom of the second inning. We're ready to go. Bottom of the second inning with the Knights on top here, 1-0 over Frostburg. It's going to be Alyssa Gastelum leading off for the Knights here in the bottom of the second inning. They got a run in the first, and Mike, now they're trying to see if they can get another run here to maybe expand that 1-0 lead a little bit.
Well, this is the part of the lineup that really needs to start producing for the Knights if they want to get that first Capital Athletic Conference win. This bottom part has been kind of anemic.
That ball popped to the catcher, and no play made by the catcher. Gastelum came in hitting 136 on the season. 6 hits on the season and 44 at-bats.
And you just can't rely on the first 4 or 5 batters if you want to be successful. Everybody in the lineup has to produce, as we see the strikeout.
Strikeout on a called pitch. And so now Maddie Muse will come to the plate, hitting 200. And she's going to be followed, I believe, by Aubrey Jorgensen. Jorgensen hitting just 182 this season. Helms, the right fielder, I guess Mike will not be actually in the batting order, hitting just 109 this season.
Yeah, she'll be our flex player. And earlier in the season, we saw Muse up around the 5th spot, and
so also Helms, so like at times the 2nd spot, I think.
Trying to take advantage of her speed, but Hilton and Moore have really solidified the first 2 batters as far as speed and on-base percentage.
Muse way to the in front of that plate or pitch and lifts it in across and foul left field. So Maddie Muse trying to get on to help her own cause here with already 1 out for the Knights in the bottom of the second inning.
And it seems like just this bottom of the lineup, their timing they can never get settled in. It looks like they're either way early or they're too far behind and never get able to square the ball up on the barrel of the bat.
Fouled away. Decent on-base percentages. I mean, you've got Muse hitting 200 with a 243 on-base percentage. Gastelum's about almost 55 points added to her on-base percentage, and Jorgensen is hitting 182 but has an on-base percentage of 325. So if you can't hit, draw a walk. Of course, easier said than done. If they know your batting average is low, more often than not, they're going to come right in on you.
Yeah, they're going to challenge you a little bit more.
Another foul away by Muse. if you're Frostburg and you've left 4 on in the first 2 innings, is the prevailing philosophy is, hey, it's just a matter of time? Or maybe if the Knights are thinking, they've blown 2 chances, now let's shut them down.
Well, if you're Frostburg, you're thinking exactly that. Hey, we're on her.
Sooner or
later, the floodgates are going to break through. If you're the Knights, you're thinking just what you said. Hey, man, we've kept them off the scoreboard for 2 minutes.
Probably actually thinking with youth side, let's get some more runs. As that ball's hit the center field, right to the center fielder for the second out. Yeah, I mean, I would have to agree with what you said earlier, Mike. 1 run's not going to win this game.
No, it's not the way that Frostburg has shown in the past that they can score runs. You just want to make sure that you have 4, 5, 6 runs going into the late innings of the game. Even then, you never really feel safe.
So Jorgensen, the bottom of the order hitter now, fouls it back.
I think we can go back to that Maine Presque Isle second game where the Knights were down, and one error that Maine makes opened up the floodgates, and the Knights scored 5 or 6 runs.
They were down 3-1 and ended up scoring, I think 7 in that bottom of the 6th inning. And obviously 7-run innings are hard to come by, but you like the idea of getting some of those.
Yeah, I'm sure the coaching staff would be ecstatic if they could have a few
7 or 8 of those in the season.
Oh, that'd be huge for morale.
Popped up and out of play. Well, if nothing else, in the 3rd inning, even if the out is made here, they'll be back to the top of the order. But I'm sure Coach Hall would think, boy, we get to the bottom of the order. That is almost an at-bat, as far as the team at-bat is concerned, wasted.
Yeah, and especially with the 9th place batter, you want that person to be able to turn the batting lineup over very quickly by getting on base and giving those 2 young ladies at the top of the lineup a chance not only to get on base but to create some RBIs.
Yeah, really put the pressure on. Called strike 3. That is the 3rd out for the Knights here in the 2nd inning. We have played 2 innings, and the Knights are on top here, 1-0. Now we're going to the top of the 3rd inning. Jim Bresnahan joined by Mike Harmon, getting ready to bring you the top of the 3rd inning in game 1 of this doubleheader with Frostburg as the Knights lead Frostburg. Top of the 3rd inning, 1-0 Southern Virginia on top. Matty Muse has stranded 4 Frostburg runners in the first 2 innings.
And each inning that the Knights don't give up a run just gives them that much more confidence, and it starts to play on the mind of Frostburg, who's come in with 20 games won.
And I'm sure Matty Muse would like to try it for the first time today, get the leadoff hitter in an inning.
Well, that get the leadoff, maybe go 1, 2, 3. Don't walk anybody would be a improvement. But the Knights defense has stiffened up when it needed to, and like you said, stranded 4 runners today.
Well, ideally, you get Frostburg out here without allowing a run. Top of the order comes up, maybe delivers a couple of runs.
Oh, that'd be huge. Anything that you can do to manufacture an extra run against a team that comes in thinking, oh, this is going to be an easy game, we're going to have some wins. Again, if you start playing mind games with them, you can.
Yeah, you get them down 3 or 4 nothing. Let's say through 3 innings, and you get them thinking.
And then they start thinking about the upset, which causes them to play even tighter.
That one's low. Now, Muse, you don't want to see walks now. You want to make Frostburg really earn it. You don't want to see walks. You don't want to see errors here. Muse trying to get the leadoff hitter here in the 3rd inning. Hit to short. Clark fields. Good throw over. And there's that first out.
And so, again, seeing some steady improvement from inning to inning by the Knights.
Clark, when she doesn't feel pressure, takes her time and is very careful, she can gun it to first base, Mike. Sometimes I guess her errors come when she tries to maybe either delay a little bit or just try to force the throw.
And looking at both Moore and Clark, they're playing a little bit deep for softball.
Well, especially Clark at shortstop. Although that's a good point. Moore at second base. You'll see a lot of second basemen playing much closer, maybe almost to what the base path.
Yeah, probably 2 or 3 more steps in and a little bit more toward the second base itself.
There is Stites in left field, and she makes the grab. Interesting, too, Mike. I guess it's not really important, but you look at the fielders, and Stites is one of the very few out there without a hat on. Don't know what that's all about.
Well,
obviously.
She wants to be different, right?
Well, you got her and Rachel at second base. Those are the only 2 without hats today.
Well,
don't know if that's a personal preference thing.
It's probably a personal preference. When you look at Moore, she's looking in, and the sun's behind her, so there's no evidence of sun getting in her eyes. And anything that comes this far away where Jordan has to look into the sun, Hilton or Helms is going to be able to take care of it.
So 2 gone here in the top of the 3rd inning. Knights lead 1-0. Muse trying to get that 1-2-3 inning. And we talked about it. Don't walk. Make your defense do their job. And Andy Clark did it at shortstop, and then Stites in left field.
Well, and that's the Auburn University softball team's mantra to their pitchers. You pitch strikes, let your defense get the outs, and then we get back in and get you some runs.
And that's what the Knights are hoping to do here in the 3rd inning with the top of the order coming up in their bottom of the 3rd. Called strike. Hit towards the outfield. This one's going to be Hilton, and she grabs it for the 3rd out.
Hey, in a 1-2-3 inning.
So there you go. We played 2.5, and the Knights are holding on top here, 1-0, and coming up in the bottom of the 3rd. Knights with a 1-0 lead as we go to the bottom of the 3rd inning. And it'll be Rachel Moore leading off for the Knights here in the bottom of the 3rd. Now we'll see if Southern Virginia can put together a little rally here, score a couple, Mike, and give Muse that cushion.
Well, we saw in the 1st inning where Moore got on base, Hilton sacrificed her over, and then Gabbert was able to come up and get a RBI on a misplayed ball.
See if Rachel can get on just like she did in the first inning. Grounds it to first base, and that's quickly one gone. Hit it hard, but hit it directly at the first baseman. And now Hilton will come to the plate. At least with Hilton, she gets on, but even with a single, she might be at third base a few seconds later on steals. Trying to manufacture, I guess you could say.
Yeah,
right.
that would be the.
But she pops it up in the infield, and the pitcher makes the play for out number 2.
Yeah, 2 pitches, 2 outs. Not good if you're a Knights fan.
Not the Knights, what they were hoping for with the top of the order. And now here is Sarah Edwards. Boy, with Sarah right now with 2 gone, nobody on. Boy, I'm sure Coach Hall's thinking extra base hit maybe.
Anything to get to second base, put yourself in scoring position.
Who knows? Hughes might have to pitch a shutout today. And she's already done 3 of the 7 innings. Edwards, who has the best batting eye on the team with a .415 on-base percentage and a .280 average. She has drawn, coming into today, 13 walks.
Well, now, if you're Sarah, you got to understand that they're going to come in there again. She's going to give you her best pitch for a strike, so she has to be ready to pull the trigger.
She also has 4 steals on the year. Fouls that away.
It just seems the Knights are jumping a little bit at the ball instead of letting the ball travel to them.
2 outs for the Knights here in the bottom of the 3rd. Nobody on base. Grounded right to 3rd. Over to 1st, and quickly a 1-2-3 inning for the Knights. We played 3, and it's still Southern Virginia 1, Frostburg nothing. Mike, quickly, 3 innings in the book, and the Knights lead here 1-0 with Frostburg coming up in the top of the 4th inning. Maddie Muse has pitched well, stranded 4 runners so far, had a 1-2-3 inning in the 3rd inning, and probably looking to repeat that here in the 4th inning.
Well, that would be the ideal situation. Get 1, 2, 3, get back in, try to get on top of the pitcher short for Frostburg.
Muse has done a pretty good job really keeping Frostburg on its heels. Fastball, slow ball, moving it around the strike zone as well. But she misses on the first couple of pitches here.
Again, you don't want to fall behind too much because then the batters from Frostburg knows you have to bring it across the plate.
That one's up. Close to walking the first hitter of the 4th inning. she misses on 4 straight pitches. Not a good sign here in the top of the 4th inning. We'll see how Muse and the Knights can respond, and hopefully they'll respond like they did in the 1st and the 2nd inning when Frostburg got 2 runners on and still could not score in each of those 2 innings.
Yeah, the Knights have been in this situation before. Only 1 out of the 4 innings that we're playing now has the Knights got the first batter out.
And if you're Frostburg, do you look to maybe jumpstart your offense, manufacture some offense with a steal here maybe? Or do you simply bunt and play just for the 1 run to tie the game?
Well, with the way Muse is throwing, she's throwing all that off-speed pitches, I would go ahead and send the runners because she has a great chance of making it to second base. Fortunately for the Knights, though, the Frostburg coaches don't think like that.
Doesn't appear Frostburg's going to try to sacrifice. We'll see if that runner from first goes on a straight steal. Nope, and that ball's hit up in the air. Anybody got a play? Clark's over, makes the play from the shortstop position. Good catch by Annie. And 1 gone with 1 on.
Now at the plate for Frostburg State University is number 10, Sam Gatton.
And it's got to give Muse some confidence with her defense not making errors, making plays, Mike. Again, she doesn't really have to look for the strikeout.
Yeah, and like we said, she's making Frostburg go after her pitches.
Down the line, though, this one may score. The runner from first base, they're waving the runner in. Stites picks it up, fires it back in. It gets away from the third baseman, and the hitter goes all the way to third base, and we're suddenly tied at 1. Not much Stites could do with that ball as it was crushed down the left field line.
And they again barreled the ball up, just got right on the timing. Hopefully this is not something that we're going to see much more today.
Well, now Frostburg has a runner at third, the go-ahead run, with only 1 out here in the 4th inning. And now Muse really would like to get a strikeout or a pop-up here to try to get the 2nd out without getting that runner from third on home with the 2nd run. That ball is hit to her shortstop. Clark makes the play. Runner at third holds. Good defense by the Knights, and now it's runner at third and 2 outs.
And as the Knights can strand the runner here at third base, they can almost count that as a win after that huge triple.
Now we'll see if Muse can get out of this with just allowing the 1 run and give the Knights offense a chance to maybe reclaim the lead in the bottom of the 4th. Pitch is high and away.
We saw earlier in the game, Kim didn't have a lot of success against Muse, so hopefully we'll see that same scenario come about.
See if Muse can strand another Frostburg runner at third base this time.
And I know she doesn't want to give up the hit here, but the Knights don't need to concede.
And not to bring the top of the order up.
Exactly. You know Kim wants to bunt. Go ahead and bring your defense in, put it over the plate, and let her have the bunt.
She walks her, though, and it's first and third with the top of the order now coming up. And I know there's 2 outs here, Mike, but we saw this hitter at the very beginning of the game bunt for a base hit.
Lots of
And
speed.
You got to look out for that.
Yeah, the runner from third doesn't have to go anywhere. There's no forced play yet.
And right now, they're just making Muse to throw a strike, which she hasn't done here in the last few pitches. Now Muse is trying to strand 2 runners here in the 4th inning. That would be 6 for the game if she can do it. Ball's bunted foul. Boy, if Muse can get out of this, that's 6 LOB for Frostburg through 4 innings, and the Knights would be fortunate to go to the bottom of the 4th in a 1-1 game. pitch. Yeah, that one's high. Runner's going to steal. Doesn't change the situation much,
No,
except putting an extra runner into scoring position, obviously.
And the Dubs, again, maybe not a lot of power, just getting the runner over to stay out of any kind of force play.
Called strike there. Big pitch coming up here. Second and third, 2 outs. Ball is hit to third, bobbled, and no way to get the runner at first.
Dubs has too much speed for that. Once you bobble the ball, it's going to be just a moot play.
Gastelum bobbling at third. Runner scores from third. First and third, 2 outs, and now Frostburg on top for the first time today, 2-1.
And still dangerous situation, first and third. A lot of speed at first.
Runner's going to try to steal. Knights aren't going to make a play. Second and third, still 2 gone. Only a 1-run game if Muse can get out of this without allowing any more runs. But the ball is ripped to center, left field. Oh, there's Stites making the play. Big out there, Mike.
It was. If that would have failed, 2 more runs would have scored. But the Knights can look back on this and their missed opportunity to go right after Kim when she was up to bat. Walked her, and then that leads to the runs being scored.
And again, for the first time today, Frostburg has the lead. We're going to the bottom of the fourth. It is Frostburg 2, Southern Virginia 1. Jim Bresnahan, Mike Harmon again ready to go here. Bottom of the fourth inning. It is Frostburg 2, Southern Virginia 1. Gabbard will lead off here for the Knights in the bottom of the fourth to be followed by Stites. As Frostburg got 2 in the top of the fourth to take the lead, Mike, and now it's up to the Knights offense to try to get something going here to at least maybe tie this game in the bottom of the fourth.
Well, if 4, 5, and 6 hitter, you're starting to get into that area where things start to drop off drastically. The Knights may need to look to try to just manufacture runs instead of going up there swinging. See if the Bobcats defense can throw you out on a bunt.
Of course, you'd rather have Gabbard with runners on base, not leading off just because of the speed situation.
Well, the one
Unless,
way
of
to,
course, she sticks it over the fence.
that's what I was going to say. The one way to negate the speed situation is to put it over the fence
She
so you
does
can
have
take a
3
trot.
homers this season. Most on the team. In fact, there's only 2 Knights who have homers. She's got 3. Hilton's got 1. Now, if she gets on with a walk or a hit, then to a large degree it becomes station to station with Stites on deck. That ball fouled away.
Yeah, right off of her. Looks like her thigh there. She's trying to be a big girl and not rub it, but you know it has to hurt.
Yeah, maybe she'll take it out on the ball on this next pitch.
There you go. And that, again, that's what the Knights are missing is that threat of one swing to really do some damage.
Bobbled by the second baseman. Still plenty of time to make the play. 1 gone here for the Knights in the fourth. Well, we'll try to keep you up to date on the women's lacrosse game. Starts at 5 o'clock against Frostburg. We still have our second game of the doubleheader here. Men's baseball in action tonight, Mike, and men's lacrosse hoping to make the Capital Tournament. Explain if for folks out there, of course, they got the big non-conference win Tuesday against Methodist to finish off the season with a record 6-9, 2-6 in the Capital right now. What's it going to take for the Knights men's lacrosse team to
Well, right
make the
now
tournament?
they're tied with St. Mary's, who they beat, so they have the head-to-head tiebreaker. St. Mary's has to play Christopher Newport today. They play Frostburg State.
Two very good teams.
Frostburg State on Saturday. Two very good teams. And if you just look at the standings and everything goes by chalk, Christopher Newport and Frostburg will win, and the Knights will back into the conference playoffs, which they will take. And this is the only time
ever, yeah.
that you're rooting for Christopher Newport and Frostburg if you're a Knights fan.
And it would be a big step up, another step in the right direction for a very talented lacrosse team for men's lacrosse. And I know, obviously, once you get into the top 6 and make the tournament, you're talking about a lot of heavyweights in all these pairings, but better to play than not to play.
It is better to play, not play. And that experience is something that you just can't emulate in a practice situation.
And they were dynamite, I guess, on Tuesday against Methodist.
Played extremely well against Methodist. Came out in the first 2 minutes, scored 3 goals. Methodist called a timeout, was able to get it back to 3-3, and then after that, the Knights just methodically increased the lead.
I know when I saw him against Randolph-Macon, obviously Casey Rich has been a top player, but so has Dannon and Kimber, I guess, and Tunick and Cox and Lund, I guess, on some of these draws. It's really been a team effort.
Yeah, they've just played extremely well as a team. You can't really single out one or two people and say this is who's carrying the whole team. It really starts in the draw circle with Lund. He's won the majority of the draws for the Knights.
And Bangerter had a good game last
Bangerter
night,
had
too.
a huge game going out as a senior. Casey Rich does lead the Capital Athletic Conference in goals scored. Zach Danneman's 5th in goals scored. But if you key on those two, you have so many other people that can score goals that the Knights just have a huge array of weapons now.
And there's a strikeout. So 2 gone here for the Knights.
You know, I think we talked about this in the last doubleheader we did. You have to swing the bat. You cannot just go up there and watch 3 pitches go by or how many pitches go by. But if you don't swing, you never have a chance to get on base.
So Stites again striking out. And now Andy Clark, the hitter. Clark going into the game, Mike, the unfortunate leader for strikeouts as far as the hitting is concerned, striking out 19 going into this game.
Yeah, that's one category that you don't want to lead in. The other category you don't want to lead in is errors. So hopefully Annie can get a couple of hits today on her senior day.
And if she can't get a hit, we'll have the top 2 hitters in the bottom of the order in the 5th inning for the Knights. And it's going to be up to Muse to really not allow any runs at this point, Mike, to really keep it a 2-1 game in hopes that the Knights offense can get going here as the ground at a third is the 3rd out of the inning. We have played 4. It's still Frostburg 2 and Southern Virginia 1. Ready to go. Top of the 5th inning with the Knights trailing here. Frostburg on top. Scored a couple of runs in the 4th inning to claim the lead after the Knights led for the first few innings, 1-0.
First at the plate for Frostburg State, number 18, Hannah Todd.
And we're at the middle of the lineup for Frostburg. 3, 4, and 5. If the Knights can get through this, they may be able to manufacture some runs, get back into this game.
But it would take in the bottom of the 5th, Mike, the bottom of the order at least to get something started maybe. You're not looking for homers from the bottom of the order when you get to the bottom of the 5th. Maybe a runner on, maybe sacrifice over. You get to the second baseman or over to second base with 1 out, and then you run to the top of the order. And I would think Coach Hall would be pleased with that.
They should be very pleased with that. And we talked earlier about manufacturing runs. Let's see if the Bobcats defense is great at covering bunts. You never know unless you try, and you don't want to go up there and just see strikeouts or pop-ups.
And if you're Matty Muse, you want to keep the ball up. You don't want to walk anybody here, and you want to really make Frostburg put it in play. That ball's hit to center field, and Hilton right there to make the grab. Not much will get by her.
No, it has to be on a line to get it into the gap. Anything that gets hung up in the air, the outfielders that we have this year really can run it down.
So there is 1 gone here in the 5th. Well, the Knights already have the experience of a 2-1 loss to Newport the other day. So they know they can play with these teams, and they have the defense ability in a close game to keep it close. Just a matter of just manufacturing enough offense to carry them to victory.
And if you're Coach Hall, that's exciting, but it's also maddening knowing that you're so close.
Hit right past Annie Clark, and that's going to find the gap for a double. Going to be a tough play for Clark to make at the shortstop position as the runner just gets into second base ahead of the throw. Even if Clark makes that play, it would have been a tough play at first base. But by allowing it to get to the outfield, it went all the way to the wall, Mike, for a double.
Yeah, runner in scoring position now. And again, let's see how Frostburg wants to play this. Are they going to try to sacrifice her over to third base and then try to get the hit, or are they going to go for the hit and RBI now?
Or perhaps even a straight steal, although it would take something to steal third.
Yeah, that might be something that we would see Dubs do at the top of the lineup, but Abel not as fast as Dubs is, and we don't want to make an out at third base.
Muse gets the hitter to pop it up. Annie Clark right there. Out number 2. So 2 gone, runner at second. Frostburg has a 2-1 lead, but they have left a lot of base runners on base here, Mike, scattered throughout these 5 innings now.
Yeah, that's something that the coaching staff of Frostburg has to be very frustrated at, being able to get so many runners on base with no outs and then leaving them there.
Runner at second, 2 gone. There is a called strike. Hughes really didn't have to worry too much about the runner at second base now, Mike, just worried about the hitter with 2 gone.
Yeah, you can see Moore going over trying to keep the runner close to second base because anything hits the outfield, there could be a play made at the plate.
Nice pitch. Took something off it, fooled the hitter. 2 strikes now. He was trying to get out of damage here in the 5th inning. Took something off that pitch, but it was a ball. Maddie is trying to keep this a close game here in the top of the 5th inning. She gets the strikeout for the 3rd out of the 5th inning. We'll go to the bottom of the 5th. The Knights trail the Frostburg Bobcats. We are ready to go. Bottom of the fifth inning with the Knights trailing the Frostburg Bobcats.
For your Southern Virginia Knights is number 21.
And it's going to be Alyssa Gastelum leading off for the Knights here. Bottom of the order. Gastelum to be followed by Jorgensen, then the top of the order. Gastelum rips it, but foul. What a good authoritative swing there.
Yeah, really got on top of it. Just unfortunately got her hands too far in front of the ball. Pulled it foul. Knights really need to see something from the bottom of the lineup if they want to get back and either tie this game or get the lead.
Takes a called strike on that one. See if they waste a pitch here. Mike could go right at her. Swung on a miss. Strike three. Quickly, one gone. So here is Jorgensen.
For Southern Virginia University is number 13, Maddie.
Or make that Matty Muse with Jorgensen on deck. Muse, the pitcher, is the hitter now, the number 8 hitter with the number 9 hitter Jorgensen on deck. So one gone in the fifth for the Knights. Nobody on base, and Muse fouls it off.
And if you're Muse, you really want to get on base, try to help yourself out in the pitching circle. They're about 7 minutes into the women's lacrosse game, and it's a 1-1 tie with Frostburg.
Even if Muse and Jorgensen go down without a hit, if Muse can get him out in the sixth inning, then the top of the order comes up, bottom of the sixth. Hey, we'll go to the seventh inning, a 3-2 game, right? And that ball drops into the right field. Looks like some indecision between the second baseman and the right fielder.
Some miscommunication there between the second baseman and right fielder.
That's almost got to be the right fielder's ball all the way.
It should be, but if she's too far back, she should never call it unless she knows exactly she's going to get it. It looked to me like the second baseman had a good beat on it.
And so we've got a runner at first. Muse going to be replaced by a pinch runner. It is going to be Brianna McGuire to get a little more speed out there. Maybe give Muse a chance to rest as well for the sixth inning coming up. And now if you're Jorgensen, do you bunt here and maybe give Rachel a chance from the top of the order to drive home the runner from second? There is one out in the inning.
Well, that's what I would do if I were coaching, but again, we
Jorgensen just a 182 hitter, but she does have a 325 on base percentage. Not that the Frostburg pitcher would walk with a runner already at first base.
Let's see how aggressive Coach Hall is going to play this. Didn't square around the bunt, so.
McGuire does not have a steal this year.
I don't think she's a big threat for the steal, but she is much faster than Muse, and we also saw Muse get hurt a little bit in the earlier innings where she took a ball off her thigh.
And that is fouled on, out of play. We have nothing else, Mike. This game headed to the sixth inning going to be much tighter than Frostburg either anticipated maybe or certainly wanted.
Again, anytime we play one of these Capital Athletic Conferences games, when you go to someone else's home, you always have to expect that you're going to get their best. There's no real pushovers anymore in this conference.
Couple of strikes now on Jorgensen with McGuire, the pinch runner, at first base and one out. Hit foul. Tell you one thing, if Jorgensen can get a hit and maybe even an extra base hit with the top of the order coming up, suddenly the pressure would really be on Frostburg. But it's going to take a hit here from Jorgensen to make that happen.
Well, that's what you want as an offensive team, is to put pressure on the defense.
Jorgensen strikes out. So now we got two out with McGuire at first, and here comes Rachel Moore.
Now batting for your Southern Virginia Knights, number 4, Rachel Moore.
Moore pops it up right on the infield, and it's put away for the third out. We go to the sixth inning with Frostburg still on top. Jim Bresnahan, Mike Harmon, ready to go. Top of the 6th inning. It's 2-1, Frostburg on top. And the Knights, if they can shut down the Bobcats here, Mike, in the top of the 6th, then you've got the 2, 3, and 4 hitters coming up in the bottom of the 6th. And again, if you can get a couple of runs on board, suddenly you'd go to the top of the 7th with a lead and a chance to put Frostburg away. But for that to happen, at least initially here, Muse needs to concentrate on getting the Bobcats out here in the top of the 6th inning.
And historically, this is where other teams have finally figured out Muse is in the 6th and 7th inning. Hopefully she has enough left in her bag of tricks to really keep them off balance.
And I would imagine in game 2, most likely you see Rachel Moore.
I would believe so, but again, we don't know how the Coach Hall wants to play it. Is she going to go and reuse Muse?
Annie Clark, nice play throw over, and there's one gone. Yeah, Muse says this is her 16th game starting pitcher. Moore has started 15 games. Annie Clark just has the 2 starts. That was an important out to start the 6th inning. Get the lead runner, which hasn't happened often today in game 1 of this doubleheader. Off-speed pitch, called strike. Wouldn't that be something if the Knights can get them out here, Mike, go into the 6th, get a couple of runs, and then put them away in the 7th inning?
Oh, that'd be fantastic for them.
That one floater way high.
Again, if you're Muse, you don't want to get into these deep counts. You want to go ahead and try to get the outs as soon as possible.
Muse's delivery fouled back. Now a couple of strikes. One gone, nobody on base, and Muse's hit pitches a drill down the line, and that's a fair ball. Stites picks it up, fires it in, but not until the runner
she's
is
out
at second base.
Slide and
yes.
It's out.
It looked like maybe she was just kind of nonchalantly taking that like in stride, Mike, that she had the throw beat, which to a certain degree she did if she slides and gets in there. But Stites with a good one-bounce throw right to the Knights, and they put the tag on, and that was a base-running blunder.
It was, and as she came around first base,
Very,
she also hesitated just a little bit, very indecisive on what to do.
Yeah, not really running at full speed, Mike, and not really taking the turn at first base. And there is a bunt attempt. That's foul. Edwards was all set to throw down to first, but it's just a strike. 2 outs now. And I'll tell you, if Frostburg ends up losing this game, they're going to circle a couple of plays maybe in right field, and certainly that base running play.
And sometimes you don't have to take advantage of errors on the offensive side. Defensively, you take advantage of errors, and that was an error that the Frostburg State Bobcats made for the Knights defense.
Yeah, Frostburg came in 6-2 in the conference. Still, if they were thinking probably get these 2 wins today, they're 8-2 and essentially tied for first place. And who knows, maybe the Knights will ruin those plans as that ball is hit towards center field, and Hilton makes the catch for the 3rd out. We'll go to the bottom of the 6th. It's 2-1 Frostburg. Jim Bresnahan, Mike Harmon ready to go here in the bottom of the sixth. The Knights only down 2-1. Next to last at bat, unless this game goes beyond the seventh inning. And Tara Hilton will lead things off, and she puts the ball in play to the outfield, and it's caught by the center fielder for 1 out. We were talking if she got on, whether she might run the base pass, try to steal second or third. It's a moot point now, and so there's one gone, and Edwards, who has a very good on-base percentage, comes to the plate with Gabbert, the cleanup hitter, right behind her.
Yeah, we neglected to emphasize the first part. Get on base first before you can run.
And if the Knights can't score here in the sixth inning, they'll go to the seventh inning, Mike, provided they don't give up any runs in the top of the seventh with the bottom of the orders. That ball is hit out to left field, and quickly 2 outs for the Knights. And just like the last time, here comes Gabbert, who's got home run power, but nobody on base in front of her, and now 2 outs.
Well,
So if she can't do anything, we're going to go to the 5, 6, and 7 hitters if you're still only down a run in the seventh inning. And that would be the Knights' last chance, provided, of course, Muse can keep them off the board in the top of the seventh.
well, and you want to go ahead and hedge your bets here. If Gabbert could go ahead and get a home run, tie the game up now, that's a whole lot better pitching feeling going into the seventh inning instead of, I've got to make sure I shut everything down because we're
No
behind.
doubt about it. Gabbert does have 3 homers this season. Call strike there. It is 2-1 here in the bottom of the sixth. Knights played CNU tough in game 2 of the doubleheader the other day. Lost that 2-1, losing 2-1 here. Good defense, good pitching. Just haven't been able to get the offense going.
And again, no such thing as moral victories, and I'm sure Coach Hall is excited that they're so close.
2-1 losses.
I mean, it's exciting that you're that close to leaders in your conference, but it's also frustrating knowing that 1 or 2 things, if it would have broke your way, you'd have the win.
Gabbert hits to second base, and that is the 3rd out. So we will go to the 7th inning with Frostburg clinging to a 2-1 lead. So we're ready to go. 7th inning with the Knights trailing 2-1. And first order of business here, Mike, in the 7th inning down by a run is don't allow any runs. Give your offense a chance to need only 1 run to tie and 2 to win in the bottom of the 7th. But first things first, you got to get Frostburg out.
Yeah, and unfortunately right now the wind is starting to blow out into our face in right field here. So anything that gets up in the air in the first couple innings was being held up. Now it's going to be pushed.
And Muse trying to get that all-important first hitter here in the 7th inning.
Yeah, this is Zengel, second batter in the lineup. Plenty of speed.
Bunts it. And it rolls foul, fortunately for the Knights. I'm telling you, they detonated so much with the speed, Mike. They could, by the time that's determined to be fair, the hitter could go be all the way to second base.
Well, it's a very soft field that the Knights are playing on.
Muse trying to get this leadoff hitter. Can't get her to chase. Walker here, Mike.
Now, we know what happens when runners get on base, especially the first runner. They usually get around to scoring position, although the Knights have done a great job of limiting the opportunities that Frostburg's had to score some runs.
And she walked her. Well, you know, the way the offense has struggled, at least today, Mike, a 2-1 deficit is manageable. If you go down 3 or 4-1 or 5-1, that might be all she wrote.
Yeah, that's something that you don't want to get done. You're really grateful right now that you're only down by 1, because that, like you said, is manageable. More than 2 runs, though, is
There
like
goes
climbing a
straight
mountain.
steal, and out. Great throw by Edwards. Nope. Came off the base.
She'll be out now.
Well, yeah, a little confusing for the base runner leaving the base because the initial signal was out and then turned to safe. And will the umpires talk it over and award her second base because of the confusion over the signals?
Well, they can't, because the initial call was right. She was out. The ball did come rolling loose after that because the ball got kicked out. It's up to the runner to stay on the base. It's not up to the umpire to say, no, it's safe now.
Yeah, I mean, that's asking a lot. But, I mean, yeah, if you're the base runner, you've got to watch the umpire's signal, but you also have to watch the ball.
Oh, and they're going to award her second base.
I'd like to see them explain this to Coach Hall.
Yeah, I would be very upset now.
And I don't know what the exact rule book would say about this situation.
Yeah, well, you leave the base at your own risk at any time.
I mean, just because the umpires made a mistake doesn't allow them to award a base to a Frostburg runner. And this is really a big situation here, Mike. We're only down a run.
Yeah, this is huge because, again, you get the runner off the base path. Now, if it stands, she'll be in scoring position.
And maybe if you're the umpire, I guess, again, it's very tough for them too, but maybe you obviously delay your call to make sure the ball doesn't come loose before you signal out.
Yeah, but again, the call was correct. She slid into the glove. On contact, she was out.
Right.
Now, when the ball came out afterwards, he should have gone ahead and said safe, 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 but his delayed reaction, again, you cannot penalize the team for your delayed reaction.
We don't have replay. I don't know how long she held the ball before it came loose. Long enough or not long enough?
Well, if he signaled out, that was long enough to hold on to the ball.
Hard to imagine what the discussion is.
Yeah, well, regardless, you leave the base at your own discretion. No matter what the call is, when you leave the base, that's at the runner's imperative.
And can in softball, can they play under protest?
No, not in the NCAA.
Okay. Not like Major League Baseball.
No. That's
not,
why
not that protest ever
Yeah.
allow, win you anything. Except maybe the Pine Tar game. Yeah. This is taking a long time for the umpires to determine what they're going to do here.
Well, that's why Coach Hall's arguing it so much, because she knows there's nothing after this. Once she leaves and goes back in the dugout, that call is over with. Yeah, that's like.
But you're right.
You catch the ball, you make the call, it's out. Then after the out's called, you can drop the ball, you can kick it, whatever you want.
It would be no different than a base runner leaving the base because she heard somebody in the stands say out.
Yeah. And they're going to let her have second base.
Wow. I wonder if they're going to try to say that the time was called or the play was dead or something.
Play couldn't be dead, so the only thing they can go back to is saying that she didn't hang on to the ball and he made a early call on the out.
Doesn't go Southern Virginia's way, though, and we'll see if that comes back to haunt the Knights here in the top of the 7th inning. They're down by a run. Muse has to try to get out of this inning without allowing a run. There's a bunt. Rolls foul.
You know, in the way the Knights cover bunts, they're just trying to cover the bunts with the pitcher and third baseman. Again, I don't want to give anybody any ideas, but if I was coaching against the Knights, I'd be bunting down the first base line.
Popped out of play.
Well, now the Knights really have to work out of a sticky situation here because another run scores. You really don't have a lot of firepower to come back on and score 2 extra runs.
Now, you might be able to manufacture 1, but 2 or 3, that'd be asking a lot. And Frostburg knows that. That's why they want to get. That's why they have to steal a second and potentially may try to steal third here. They recognize the importance of that third run. That ball hit deep. And
off the wall.
Nothing Hilton could do about that.
And the runner held up so much that she was only able to get the third. That was a huge running mistake. She should have been at least halfway
and easily to get to home.
Yeah, because even if Hilton catches the ball, then you can come back to second base, no problem. But just standing on second base and not leaving until after the ball hit the ground, huge running mistake by Frostburg.
And you could see the way that ball was carrying. It was going to be almost impossible for Hilton to make the grab. So it's 1st and 3rd now.
Well, this is a team that split with CNU. They still have Salisbury to go, but split with CNU on the season.
So they desperately need these 2 wins if they want to maybe win the regular season or finish near the top for the regular season. Knights are just trying to get that first capital victory. Two, 1 Frostburg here in the 7th. Runners at the corners. Hit to Clark. Over to first. They get the runner at first. And the other runners stay at third and moving over from first to second. So it's 2nd and 3rd now. So here's the cleanup hitter, Renee Auble.
You've increased your chances a little bit more to get out of this inning because you did catch that out right there. The downfall is now you got 2 runners in scoring position, so anything that gets hit into the outfield and hits on the green will score 2 runs.
And if that happens, Mike, you're going to circle that play at second base big time as that ball is popped up and Gabbert makes the play. Out number 2.
Now if the Knights can get out of this, Frostburg will go back and circle that play where
the runner at second.
Yeah, Zengel didn't score on that long drive that bounced off the wall.
But Muse has to get this hitter.
So for a team that's 6-2 in the Capital Conference, we've seen several mistakes, both fielding and base running.
Lefty hitter. If the Knights can get out of this, again, though, I believe have the 5, 6, and 7 hitters coming up in the last of the 7th inning. But first things first, they have to get out of this inning here in the top of the 7th. We'll see if Muse can get Blevins. First base is open. Called strike there. Throw down to third. Runner's back.
Edwards doing everything she can to keep the runner at third close to third.
Just make sure you don't throw it away.
Yeah.
Down the line. You might produce 2 runs for Frostburg. Muse trying to get this hitter. Low pitch there. Walk drawn. Bases loaded. 2 outs. Should bring up Capice, the third baseman, the number 6 hitter.
It looks like he may come up and bring out a pinch hitter for
could be a lefty coming up. See if this might be maybe Emily Harvey, perhaps.
Looks like number 9.
Harvey. So bases loaded. 2 are gone in the 7th in a 2-1 game. Muse trying to get the 3rd out, and Harvey fouls it back.
Yeah, Harvey going up there, not really looking to see any pitches, swinging at the first thing. Unfortunately, that was way above her hands.
Not bunting, not looking for a walk, at least on that first pitch. So 1 delivery. Called strike 0-2 now.
And if the Knights can get out of this sticky situation that's seen a lot of weird plays, they have a great chance to try to come back and tie it up.
Wasting that one outside, 1-2. Muse looking to record that big 3rd out. Swung on, grounded foul. Tried to waste another one, Mike, and boy, I'll tell you, with bases loaded, you don't want to walk in the 3rd run.
And you want to be fine, but you don't want to be so fine where you give up an unearned run.
2-2 on the hitter. Ball's hit slowly over from second base, and they get that all-important 3rd out. We'll go to the bottom of the 7th. The Knights are only down here 2-1. Ready to go, bottom of the 7th inning. Jordan Stites, leadoff hitter, with the Knights trailing by 1. They have to score a run to tie this game, Mike, and 2 would give them their first ever Capital victory.
Well, and it has to start with the leadoff hitter, Stites. She has to find some way to get on base.
And she hits it deep. Carrying to center field, but it's recorded for the out by the center fielder. Stites gave it a ride, just as the wind was picking up too, but just not deep enough to the warning track. And there's 1 gone. And now it'll be Annie Clark. And she needs to get on to the worst way with 1 out here in the 7th inning. Clark swings and misses.
And that would have been ball 1. That was up above her hands there, looking to try to drive the ball, just a little bit too anxious.
Gastelum is on deck, followed by Muse and then Jorgensen. There's already 1 out, though. And that ball's hit towards the outfield. That's going to drop for a base hit. So Clark is on.
Still life in the Knights now.
Clark has 3 steals on the season, been caught stealing twice. And you've got Gastelum coming up there now. So do you send her, Mike? Do you bunt with the number 8 hitter Muse coming up next?
I don't see Clark going on a straight steal.
That ball's hit towards the outfield, but right at the center fielder for the second out. Good hit by Gaslin, put it right on the money, but directly to the center fielder, and now there are 2 outs. And now you go back to that question, will they send Clark to get to second base and risk being thrown out for the 3rd out to try to get a runner into scoring position, or let Muse swing away with Clark at first base?
You're going to have to let Muse swing away with Clark at first because you don't want to leave the batter standing there.
That ball ripped down the left field line and foul. Well, the Knights have hit the ball pretty well here in the 7th inning, but in both cases, deep and right at the center fielder. Two outs, Clark on first, fouled away, and now 2 strikes.
And now with
you
2
don't
strikes.
want Muse to take a called 3rd strike. To
No,
end the
not
game.
at all. And Clark is going to be off on contact anyway, so you don't send her at all.
Outside, Clark dives back and just gets back to the base. She was off and running and almost ran into trouble.
Yeah, she got that lead was just a little bit too much.
Wind is really picking up now. Muse does have 6 doubles on the season. Takes it outside. Well, I guess I'll go ahead and say it. Muse could win the game with a homer here. There are 2 outs and a runner at first. Wouldn't that be a scene if she was able to strike it over the fence?
I don't know how the Knights would react to that with shock, awe. We know they'd be extremely happy, but it might take a few minutes to register.
Muse fouls that one off, hanging in there. Frostburg knows if they get Muse out, they win the game 2-1. Knights know if they get Clark around from first base, they've got a tie game. Wind is really blowing now. Muse hits it right back to the pitcher, and that is the 3rd out. The Knights gave it a great go, Mike, but end up coming up short again, 2-1. In a game where they got good pitching, good defense, just could not manufacture any offense. And Frostburg gets the opening game victory here in the opening game of the doubleheader, 2-1.
Again, great showing, as you said. I'm sure that the coaching staff is happy with the progression that's being made, but again, frustrated. Another 2-1 loss, especially on your home field. Just want to try to break through and get that first win.
So the Knights drop 7-26, 0-11 in the conference. Game 2 of this doubleheader. It is coming up in about 25 to 30 minutes, so stay with us. Final score again in Game 1. It was Frostburg 2 and Southern Virginia University 1. Welcome back to Southern Virginia University. Jim Bresnahan, Mike Harmon, ready to bring you game 2 of this doubleheader between Frostburg and Southern Virginia. And just like the first game, a bunt attempt by Frostburg to start off the game. And this time the Knights are able to get the leadoff hitter out after they lost the first game 2-1. And Maddie Muse, after pitching 7 strong innings in game 1, Mike, starting here in game 2.
Yeah, I feel like that she did a great job. Probably asked if she had enough left in the tank to give it another go, and gave the affirmative, and so Knights back out there ready to rock.
And the wind is picking up, and the temperatures are starting to drop.
Well, during the break, I was just down in town, not more than a half a mile away. No wind whatsoever.
So the Knights lost the first game 2-1, a heartbreaker. Played good defense, got good pitching from Muse, just could never get that second or third run to take the lead, and Frostburg was able to hang on. That pitch has popped up out of play. So the game plan pretty much similar here on Mike in game 2 to game 1. Try to get a good pitching performance from Hughes, try to generate some offense.
Yeah, that's the big key. Generate some offense. The Knights really have to be able to score 4 to 5 runs a game in order to be consistent winners.
That pitch is grounded right up the middle for a base hit. And you wonder what the Frostburg coaches were saying after that narrow victory in game 1 about the base running errors, the defensive errors, and also the missed opportunities.
Well, I'm sure they were sitting there really chiding their players. Hey, we've got to play. We get no days off. There's no easy games in the Capitals Conference, and if we don't really square things away, we could come out of this with a split.
And you wonder if they're going to maybe change anything, become more aggressive, or be more aggressive, I guess, here in this second game?
Well, the problem is they've seen Muse now about 4 times through the lineup. I'm sure they feel like they have a very comfortable read on her.
Driven to shortstop. Clark makes the play, throws over to first, but the runner's back. So 2 gone here for Frostburg in the top of the first inning. And the wind is really picking up now.
Yeah, right into our face out here in right field. So anything that gets up in the air coming our way, we may have to dodge a ball.
Try to get you an update also on the women's lacrosse game against Frostburg.
Yeah, they're at halftime right now, and Frostburg is leading 9-6.
Last game for a few seniors for the Knights, including Zoe Bradshaw and Randy Whitworth. That ball is hit and hit foul, luckily for the Knights down the left field line.
Well, I don't mind saying this, but I didn't come prepared for this type of weather that we're having.
Well, I brought a coat, if that counts. But I was anticipating it being colder, around 7 o'clock at night, not at the first inning, maybe like the 6th or 7th inning.
Yeah, I was anticipating that and thought, well, I can just push through for 2 innings, but with the wind blowing, the wind chill's dropping quickly.
2 outs for the Bobcats here in the first. That pitch is hit right up the middle. Clark grabs it, throws over to first, and they just get the runner, the hitter, for the 3rd out of the inning. So up and down for the Bobcats. They get a base runner but cannot score. We'll go to the bottom of the first. It's all scoreless here between the Knights and the Bobcats. ready to go here in the bottom of the first inning. The Knights able to get the Bobcats out on the top of the first without allowing a run. And so Southern Virginia will come to the plate for the first time in game 2, losing game 1 2-1, trying to get off to a good start here in the second game of this doubleheader against the Frostburg Bobcats.
Lineup's going to be about the same as we had in the first, except Katie Rose Helms will be batting in the 9th position.
And Rachel Moore, the leadoff hitter, fouls it off. Knights only got the 1 run in the first game. Moore hitting it strongly down the left field line, but foul.
It'd be nice to see her square one up, get it to a gap, and see her standing on second base.
She fouls that one back. It'd be great for the Knights to get a couple, maybe 3 runs in this first inning and really give Muse something to work with. Pitch it right to the second baseman, easy out, and the Bobcats record their first out of the inning defensively. So here comes Tara Hilton to the plate.
As we talked about earlier, Jim, we've seen the Knights take great strides from last season, especially defensively, but the offense really needs to start catching up now.
Coming into this doubleheader, the Knights as a team were hitting 228, the opposition hitting 327, almost a 100-point difference. That ball hit to the outfield, and the left fielder right there to make the play for the second out. So Hilton gave it a ride to the outfield, 2 gone, 2 up and 2 down for the Knights here in the first inning. Sarah Edwards, who will be one of the seniors honored following the second game, along with Annie Clark. And Edwards pops it up. Third baseman makes the grab. 3 up, 3 down for the Knights. We played 1. It's all scoreless here between the Knights and the Bobcats. We're going to the second inning. Scoreless first inning between the Knights and the Bobcats. Maddie Muse, who pitched 7 good innings in game 1, lost 2-1. Now ready for her 9th inning of work here today.
And I'm sure as long as she keeps the Knights close, we'll see her in the pitching circle. If the Bobcats start to get her time, and that we might see a pitching change.
Pop to short, and Annie Clark right there to record the out. So Clark with the put out, and 1 quickly away for Frostburg here in the second. Last few games out now, Mike, the Knights, I know we've talked about their struggles towards the bottom of the order. Now it just seems like the entire batting order, facing obviously very good competition, good pitchers, having a tough time generating offense.
Well, we've seen the ball be put in play just right at some of the fielders. That's where the Knights have to make some type of adjustment in their batting. Either move a little bit up in the box, a little bit back in the box. Try to find an area where they feel a little bit more comfortable.
Hit the batter with that pitch.
Right on the elbow. That does not feel good.
And Frostburg has a runner on with one out. Thankfully for the hitter there, it looked like she took something off that pitch, though. Probably still stings, though, especially with this kind of wind. See if Muse can work out of trouble here in the second inning, as she was able to do pretty much throughout most of game one.
Well, that's a great trait to have, to be able to work out of innings when you're in trouble, but you don't want to press your luck too much.
Popped up. Edwards there. Grabs it for the second out. Nice play by Sarah to circle under the ball. 2 gone now for the Bobcats here in the second inning. They didn't score in game one until the 4th inning. Took the lead, and that was it. That was the only scoring inning they had in game one, the 4th inning, where they scored 2. Not sure the Bobcats came in thinking into the 9th inning, or 9 innings so far today. Could be 9 innings with only scoring in one of those innings, Mike.
And we don't know all the situations going on with the Bobcats, just like we don't know the situations going on all the time with the Knights. Who's in, who's out, who's feeling really well, who's just out there trying to fill a spot. So
that ball's hit right up the middle. Clark steps on the bag and gets the 3rd out. So we'll go to the bottom of the 2nd. Again, no score between Frostburg and Southern Virginia. Ready to go, bottom of the 2nd inning, and the Knights and the Bobcats all scoreless. And second time up here for Southern Virginia, it'll be Gabbert to lead things off after the Knights went down in order in the 1st inning. Calkins is the second game pitcher here for Frostburg, right-hander, freshman. Stites, the on-deck hitter. Knights trying to get something started where they only able to manage 1 run in game 1 and lost that game 2-1.
Well, you'd love to manufacture any type of runs. Really, you want to see runners at 2nd and 3rd with less than 1 out or less.
But, you know, the Knights were really able to manufacture a lot of offense in that main Presque Isle doubleheader, thanks to some part, I guess, Mike, because of their base stealing ability. But as you say, you got to get on before you can steal.
Yeah. And that's been a issue with the Knights today, not being able to get runners on first base so they can try to take advantage of some of this team speed that they have.
Swung on and missed, and Gabbard goes down in strikes. You know, you look at the team stats coming into the doubleheader. The Knights had a 228 average, just a 286 on base average. So that is about 58 points above the batting average, whereas the opposition hitting 327 with an on base percentage of 440. That's 113 above.
Yeah, and about every 50 points that you go up on base percentage, you can add about a run to your total scores.
In fact, the Knights, as a team going into today's action, had drawn 50 walks, opposition 137.
Well, and that goes back to the beginning of the season where Muse and Moore was having a lot of struggles.
Especially Rachel.
Yeah.
But she's really brought that problem down. That ball hit to third, takes a weird hop over to first. And now 2 away here for the Knights. And they're 5 up and 5 down so far in this game. So Annie Clark, one of the seniors who will be honored after this game's over, will try to get something started with 2 outs in the second.
Well, and unlike the Bobcats who've seen Muse so many times through, this is the first look that the Knights are getting at Frostburg's pitcher, and she's really keeping them off balance, throwing a changeup on any count.
And 2 quick strikes on Annie. And she gets Clark to swing at strike 3, and that is it for the Knights. 3 up, 3 down again for the Knights in the second inning. We played 2. It's Southern Virginia nothing and Frostburg nothing. Welcome back to the fields at Southern Virginia University. Jim Bresnahan, Mike Harmon ready to go for inning number 3. We played 2 quick innings, no score between Frostburg and Southern Virginia after the Knights lost to Frostburg in game 1, 2-1. And Maddie Muse ready for her 10th inning of work today.
Well, so far in this game, both pitchers have really kept the batters off balance, not allowing any kind of base hits.
Maddie, 9 innings of work, 2 total runs allowed. Not sure if in the game 1, if both, or at least one of those runs were unearned runs. But her ERA has really come down today, and it started at 4.81, I believe. Called strike there. Muse trying to get the leadoff hitter here for Frostburg in the 3rd. Hit towards the outfield, and Clark in short. Outfield the shortstop, takes it for the first out.
And Maddie's really got them dropping their hands, trying to uppercut at the ball, which is producing all these pop flies that we've been seeing.
You wonder if maybe some of the hitters, hey, with the wind, I can crank it.
They may be. Back to the top of the lineup now.
Watch for the bunt here.
And we've seen Dubs in the first game. Any type of bobble on a ground ball, she's going to beat it out.
And she did bunt on several occasions, dropping it down right in front of the plate. Nice and close on the infield. And Maddie missed on that pitch. One out here in the top of the third. Bunted foul by Dubs.
And in between innings, the wind kind of dies down right when they come back out to play, picks right back up.
This almost feels like we're at one of the Great Lakes or the ocean, maybe. That ball is hit towards left field, and it's going to drop for a hit. Drop in front of Stites, who bobbled the ball, but able to get it back in and keep the runner at first base. Really expect to see seagulls flying by.
Yeah.
Oh, that's Salisbury.
That type of wind is what we're getting here.
So a runner at first with one out here in the third. Pitch is high. Edwards guns it down to first. Runner's back.
Well, you want to be careful snapping throws down so many times, not because it might get past the first baseman, but if she comes around for a blind tag, then the runner could go ahead and take off for second base and beat both throws.
He was trying to keep Frostburg off the board again here in the third inning. In game one, she shut him out into the fourth inning. That ball hit deep. Going to go to the wall and off the wall. Runner from first is going to be held at third base. Hey, by the way, Mike, I know Craig, our fine director, wanted to say hi to a big fan, Andrew, in England.
Says he watches all our games. So, Andrew, thank you for watching.
We do appreciate it. And that ball was really hit well to center field.
It was bounced off the top of the fence back into play.
And Frostburg kind of playing it safe there by keeping the runner at third, not chancing a play at the plate. With one out, the Knights have a chance here if they can get this hitter to really go after the third out then.
Yeah, and with Dubs, I think I may have gone ahead and sent her, make him make a perfect throw to the plate.
See if Maddie Muse can burn Frostburg for not trying it, but nope, that ball is going in the outfield and through the legs of Stites. 2-run score. Ball is back in, but hitter is at second base. It's 2-0 Frostburg.
Again, just a little lapse. Stites let the ball play her, didn't really charge it. Let the ball play her on an in-between hop and just went right past her.
So still one out. And a runner at second now, and the Bobcats are on the board here 2-0. This ball is hit out towards right center, and Helms is able to take it in front of Hilton. That was almost a collision.
That was, again, a little bit lax on communication, not loud enough. With this wind blowing, you really have to be demonstrative. Fortunately, Hilton pulled up just in time.
In fact, I thought Hilton was actually the one who was going to make the grab, and Helms came away with the ball. So 2 outs, runner at second. And it looks like here in this inning at least, the Frostburg hitters are starting to figure out Muse a little bit and put Wood put the bat to the ball now.
Yeah, they got her timing down just a little bit more. And again, the more you see a pitcher, the more often you can get their timing down with your at-bats, the more you're going to have success.
2-0 now. Bobcats on top here in the third inning. Just based on the way the Knights offense has gone here, Mike, boy, you don't want to fall too far behind now.
2 runs is about the maximum that you want to get behind. And Muse has to come back now. You don't want to give up this out.
That ball's hit towards the outfield, right to Hilton, who makes the grab, and that's the third out of the inning. Frostburg gets 2 runs in the third. We'll go to the bottom of the third inning. It's the Bobcats 2 and the Knights nothing. Go to the bottom of the third inning with the Knights now trailing 2-0 here in game 2 after Frostburg scored 2 in the top of the third. Knights lost the first game 2-1 and now losing here in game 2 2-0.
Well, if the Knights can mount some type of offense, show some life, keep Frostburg at 2 runs, there's a great chance for them to get a split here.
That ball is hit slowly to second and over to first, and they get the runner. The hitter Gastelum is out at first base. So 1 down for the Knights in the third. And now Muse, the number 8 hitter, comes to the plate as the Knights are 7 up and 7 down so far in this game, number 2. Still looking for their first base runner. Swung on and missed. Calkins, as you mentioned, Mike, has done a good job changing speeds, keeping the location varied, just keeping the hitters off balance.
Yeah, just when you think you have her figured out, she's going to do something to throw you off.
That ball hit towards shortstop. That's the second out of the third inning, so it's 8 up and 8 down now for the Knights. And the number 9 hitter, Helms, will come to the plate.
And right now the Knights are just hitting with their arms. They're not getting any type of rotation from the core to put any power into the ball.
Swung on and missed by Helms. Well, I'll tell you this, the right fielder for Frostburg is a lot deeper than, was it the right fielder for Wesley?
Yes.
Against Helms, because I recall the right fielder almost in the infield.
Yeah, about 2 steps off the infield.
Helms, the number 9 hitter, fouls that one off. Game one, after 3 innings, the Knights led 1-0, but Frostburg scored 2 in the fourth and was able to hang on for a 2-1 win. Here in the bottom of the third, the Knights trail 2-0, and they're still looking for their first base runner. It's 8 up and 8 down so far. Grounded slowly. Helms is out at first base. Very close play, Mike.
Very close, and Caden Rose Helms trying to show off some of that speed. Just got a little bit too much on the ball. Great play by the second baseman to shuttle it over.
And so we will go to the top of the fourth inning with your score: Frostburg 2 and Southern Virginia University 0. It is 2-0 Frostburg as we start the top of the fourth inning. Bobcats won the first game 2-1, leading here 2-0. Offense has been at a premium for both teams, especially for the Knights. Still in this game, but can't afford to fall further behind, Mike, as you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, anything over 2 runs is really hard for the Knights to make up. The Bobcats, on the other hand, really struggling today. They've not been able to string together a lot of hits, and you have to credit the Knights' defense and the pitching of Matty Muse for that.
One positive, if you're a Bobcats fan, would be certainly the starting pitching.
Oh, they've done a fantastic job keeping the Knights off the base pass.
Muse trying to get the leadoff hitter here in the fourth inning. In a 2-0 game, and she's low with that pitch. Well, as we mentioned, a couple of graduating players will be honored at the end of the second game, Mike, including Annie Clark. Going to be tough to replace her. Backup pitcher, shortstop. That ball drilled deep, and it's going to be
That's
gone.
going to be gone.
Over the fence for a homer. 3-0 Bobcats here in the fourth inning. That ball just kept carrying and got a little wind behind it. You look ahead to next season, replacing Clark at shortstop and backup pitcher, and especially, I think, Sarah Edwards behind the plate.
Well, that's one thing about college athletics. You always have someone leaving, so you have to have people in the pipeline to come in and help take the program to new and better heights.
It's 3-0 now. The Bobcats on top here in the top of the fourth inning. Our first home run today, despite all the wind. Had a few balls go to the track and hit the wall. That ball's fouled off.
Well, Capiz just got all that ball. When you don't hear it come off the bat, but you see it on that angle, you know they hit it right on the sweet spot.
Floated in by Matty Muse, but it's a ball. That one's inside.
Well, and with the offense not being able to generate a lot of runs, the 3-run lead that the Frostburg Bobcats have is really going to be tough for the Knights.
That ball hit past the third baseman, down the line. Stites is there, makes the play, but the hitter goes into second base for a double, and suddenly Frostburg's bats have come alive here in the fourth inning.
And Frostburg learned their lesson from that first game. If you're going to go for a double, you go all out. And don't leave anything to chance, as Stites threw out someone going into second base in the first game.
So a runner at second here for Frostburg. They've already got a run home on a home run. It's 3-0 Bobcats. There's a great bunt. Edwards picks it up, fires, not enough in time. And the other runner from second goes over to third. It's first and third now. Now here comes the pitcher, Calkins, to the plate. Swung on and missed. Yeah, the way the Knights offense has really been stagnant today, Mike, you almost have to not allow any more runs at this point, I would think.
You're absolutely right, Jim. Any more runs would just almost spell disaster for the Knights, although we don't want to give up hope, but we're just looking at the history and how their offense has been, not just today, but throughout the season.
Ben Calkins, the pitcher for Frostburg, who's now the hitter, has been very dominant so far. There's a ground ball short, second base. Moore throws out, and the hitter is out, but the runner from third scores to make it 4-0. The other runner down to second base. And so the Bobcats have 4 runs now, whereas they only had 2 in game 1.
Yeah, you know, a couple of infield hits, but we've seen the big home run that was hit, and it looks like they may be getting really timed up with the way that Muse is pitching.
Fun attempt, and it's fouled away.
And you see Gaston, they're really shortening up at third base, but the way they've been laying the ball down almost about 3 or 4 feet out in front of the home plate, you might even take a chance if you were her and come up even shorter.
Well, Edwards is about the only one who can get to those bunts. By the time she does, obviously, with the speed of the hitters, they're at first base already. Pitch, a wild pitch, and the runner from second over to third.
And you can tell that Maddie's running out of gas right now.
Yeah, I was wondering if Rachel might come on in from second base here shortly to take over this pitcher. That ball is a ball and gunned down to third base, but the runner's back again. It is 4-0 Frostburg here in the top of the 4th inning. And a walk. So it's first and third for the Bobcats.
And the fortunes of the Knights have taken a drastic turn.
They were able to keep Frostburg off the board in the first 2 innings, but 2 in the third, and now 2 in the fourth. And let's see if there's a pitching change here with Muse suddenly struggling here in the 4th inning.
Well, up the hill, you might be able to see a few lacrosse players running around. Unfortunately, with 13 minutes left to go in the second half, the Knights find themselves down to the Frostburg Bobcats, 17-12. And in about 12 minutes, the baseball team will be starting a game in Covington. And if they have wind up there like we have here, it's going to be a very cold night for the team.
And so that would leave, I guess, just one more doubleheader for baseball at Marymount on Saturday. And, of course, the women's final home lacrosse game against Wesley on Saturday. And potentially men's lacrosse Capital Conference postseason game. Runner steals second, other runner back to third safely.
The softball team will be going up to Harrisburg to play on Saturday. The men's tennis team has locked up the 4th seed in the conference, so they'll have a conference tournament game. And they'll be at home against St. Mary's.
That ball is popped up to first base, and Gabbert snags it. So 2 outs now and 2 on for Frostburg here in the 4th. Trying to get out of any further trouble after allowing 2 runs here in the 4th inning.
And again, it'll be interesting to see if she comes back out to pitch in the next inning, seeing how the Bobcats seem to have her timing down. Plus, you can tell that she's running out of gas. The ball isn't getting into the strike zone as much as it has been, and she's missing low a lot.
Bobcats have 2 runners in scoring position. That ball is high. Another throw down by Edwards down to third base. Runners back again. Low again.
And Muse just not having enough left in the gas tank to get the ball up into the strike zone. When you miss low, you know everything's coming up short and tired.
That ball is hit towards center, but right at Hilton, and she grabs it for the 3rd out of the inning. 2 runs in the 4th for Frostburg. We'll go to the bottom of the 4th. It is Frostburg 4, Southern Virginia nothing. Ready to go here, bottom of the 4th inning. Knights now trail 4-0. They lost game 1 2-1, losing here 4-0 as we go to the bottom of the 4th inning. And if the Knights want to make a comeback, they need to start chipping away at this 4-0 Frostburg lead.
Well, base runners would be a great help from any way you can. A walk, obviously a single, hit by pitch, whatever you can do.
This might be the inning to do it, too, with the top of the order up. That ball is hit to the first baseman, flips to the second baseman. Good play by that Frostburg defense to get Rachel Moore at first base. It almost looked like with 3 people converging, there was no way they could make the play at first. And the first baseman grabbed the ball. Second baseman had the heads up to get over to first base, and they just do get Rachel Moore. So here is Hilton. And I believe, Mike, here in the 4th inning, the Knights are 10 up, 10 down, still looking for the first base runner.
Yeah,
they don't want to get no hit a perfect game today either.
That would be something that would stick with you for a long time. Of course, on the opposite end, the Bobcats are cheering for that.
I might have just jinxed the pitcher. You never know if you believe in that sort of superstitious stuff. Hilton hits it to left, and that's the 2nd out of the 4th inning. So here comes Sarah Edwards with 2 outs. Knights had 1 run early in game 1, and they have not been able to score since. And Edwards swings and chips it off.
And when you say early, we're talking the 1st inning. And And so after that, few base runners in this game, no base runners in
Could be 10 scoreless innings. And again, they're still looking for that first base runner, as you mentioned, Mike, here in game 2. Just really haven't been able to catch up to the pitcher Calkins.
And you have to give her a lot of credit for keeping the batters off balance. And we don't want to make light and seem like we're being very critical. Miles away from where they were last year,
No
where
doubt about
at this time the score would be very close to the 8-run rule.
Well, to me, I guess the biggest difference between this year's team and last year's team as far as positive changes would certainly be the defense.
Yes.
And right above that would be maybe the pitching, even though the pitching wasn't too bad last year.
Well, yeah, you didn't. We really couldn't fault the pitching because of the defense. So first base runner for the Knights.
And here's Gabbert. Knights still looking to get that first hit of game 2. Gabbert would like to put it over the fence and make it 4-2. She does have 3 homers this season. And that ball is hit right back to the pitcher, who grabs it, and Calkins throws over for the 3rd out. We'll go to the 5th inning. It's Frostburg 4, Knights nothing. We are ready to go. Top of the 5th inning. I'm Jim Bresnahan, joined by Mike Harmon. It is 4-0 Frostburg as we start the 5th inning. Again, the Knights lost the opener 2-1, losing here 4-0. It's been Frostburg's pitching that has shut down the Knights' offense. Knights have got good pitching from Matty Muse, good defense today, but still staring at a doubleheader sweep unless they can mount a comeback here in game number 2. Muse back out there pitching to start the 5th inning here for the Knights.
And they may have just decided that she was going to go ahead and pitch no matter what the score might turn out to be.
Don't even bother with the pitch count, right?
Yeah, don't even bother with the pitch count. Just here's the ball, you go.
Ball's popped up on the infield, right to Rachel Moore, and she grabs it for out number 1. So Taylor Blevins, the right fielder, will now be the hitter, the lefty for Frostburg. They're now 7-2 in the conference, 21-8 on the season.
And Blevins has been a little shaky out here in right field. That's where the Knights have had all their success, is when they hit it to right field. May want to try to shoot a few more over this way.
Just aim for the 2 guys who are trying to duck the wind.
Yes. Doing whatever we can to stay warm. I know you can look out there and see the girls playing with short sleeves on, but they get out of the wind.
That went right past the second baseman, and Helms bobbles but picks up and gets it back in. Right past Rachel Moore, underneath her glove, Mike, and the Bobcats have a base runner here in the fifth. It was hit hard.
And here's Capiz back up, who really got into her last ball that she hit.
Over the center field wall. One out, one on here for Frostburg in the top of the fifth inning. I believe you guys have, let's see, one more webcast coming up on Saturday.
On Saturday,
Women's
women's lacrosse at
yeah.
12 o'clock.
Hard to believe that'll be it for spring sports as far as the webcasts are concerned. And hopefully, Knights men's lacrosse will have that Capital Conference postseason game still to come, as that ball is caught by Clark in short left field. How do you think, if the men are able to get into the Capital tournament, how they'll do? Because as we mentioned a few seconds ago, you get into that Capital men's lacrosse tournament, you're facing some really stiff competition.
Well, you'll be facing the number 3 seed in the conference, and that's looking like it's either will probably be York or Christopher Newport. And either one of those, very strong team, and you have to go to their place to play. But it would be a great accomplishment just to make it into the tournament.
And I'm guessing if that's the bracket, you wouldn't face Salisbury to the finals, right? If you're the 3-6
Yes.
bracket.
And you just don't want to face Salisbury at all. You would hope that their whole team catches the flu before you get to them.
Actually, you wouldn't mind facing them. That means you get to the championship
That's
game.
right.
That's the upside. The downside to Salisbury. There's 2 outs here in the top of the fifth. Runner at first for Frostburg. It's 4-0 Bobcats. Muse trying to get out of the fifth inning. She's done a heck of a job today trying to keep Frostburg off the board, only allowing 4 here in the second game, 2 in the first game. This is her 12th inning of work today. And she's got now 2 runners on with 2 outs.
And here we see Kim coming up, and the way that she's got on base is either by a bunt or by a walk.
She is a freshman from Bel Air, Maryland. Takes the strike.
And you see she's going to put a lot of pressure on the defense when she comes up, shortens up to go through a little running bunt.
Gastelum third base pulled in. Another running attempt. That's a ball. I know you don't. If you're the third baseman, you don't want to take a shot, that close in. But then again, if you're gonna get the bunt, Gastelum, as you mentioned, Mike, could maybe pull in a few more feet, I guess. Swinging strike to the right side, foul, and now 2 strikes on the hitter.
Well, that takes away the threat of a bunt now. So she has to be swinging.
Took something off that pitch, fouled back. Two outs here, top of the fifth inning. Shot to the shortstop. Clark goes over to third, and they get the third out at third base. We'll go to the bottom of the fifth. It's still Frostburg 4, Southern Virginia nothing. Knights ready to go here, bottom of the 5th inning. They have had one base runner through the first 4 innings, no hits. Stites going to lead things off for the Knights here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Try to get you maybe some capital scores to see who else is in action today, including, I guess, I don't know, we'll see if we got any impactful scores, Mike, when it comes to men's lacrosse.
No, we're still waiting for the start of Christopher Newport and St. Mary's.
Here it is 4-0 Frostburg as we go to the bottom of the 5th. Stites grounds it to short, throw over, and quickly one away for the Knights. So Andy Clark now the hitter for the Knights, number 6 hitter today. Hawkins' pitch is low.
A few men's lacrosse scores in the Capital Athletic Conference. Frostburg beat Mary Washington 17-8. Salisbury beat York 17-5. And the one that we were looking for, Christopher Newport at St. Mary's. Christopher Newport won 18-10.
So good news for the Knights.
Good news for the Knights. Now all I have to do is root for Frostburg to beat St. Mary's on Saturday.
And that'll be where?
At Frostburg.
So Frostburg should be the favorite in that game.
Should be the favorite.
Right now, you would think the men's lacrosse team has a decent chance to make it into the postseason tournament then. And that's really a tribute to Jason Lamb and the men's lacrosse team.
Yeah, they've done a great job this year, really pulling everything together.
Clark pops it up, and it goes out of play as the catcher and first baseman come together, and neither one able to make a play. Miscommunication, I guess, or maybe they had a hard time navigating around the hitter Clark as she was coming down to first base. 2 strikes now on Clark, and that pitch rolls up there from Calkins. Looks like the lacrosse team still in action up on the upper field, Mike.
Yeah.
Clark struck out, but is able to go down to first base on the pass ball. Gets away from the catcher for Frostburg, and so Clark is a base runner here with 1 out.
And that's one way to get on base. Yeah, up at the lacrosse field right now, unfortunately, the Knights trailing the Bobcats 21-13 with 4:15 left to go in the game. It looks like Frostburg may have just scored again.
The last game for a few seniors like Zoe Bradshaw and Rainey Whitworth, and as you mentioned, it's going to be very tough to replace Rainey Whitworth and Zoe Bradshaw.
Yeah, we'll have their last game on Saturday. There's some other seniors that they'll be honored with them.
So the last game coming up Saturday against Wesley. That, as you mentioned, Mike, it's a noon start on Saturday.
Noon start. Move the game up a little bit. And you have 2 teams that'll be playing on Saturday looking for their first Capital Conference win.
Rainey is just an offensive force, great team leader. So is Zoe. That ball is bunted. Calkins will make the play to first. Clark goes over to second. 2 gone. Clark at second base. Knights still looking for their first hit, first run of the game. And we'll see if it can come right here with 2 outs in the 5th.
Got Muse, the pitcher, coming up with a runner in scoring position. A hit here would really help her cause.
Break up the no-hitter and wipe out the shutout. And give the Knights a chance here. They're down 4-0 in the 5th inning.
See the shadows really starting to creep in on the field now.
And Muse hits it to short. Kim right there makes the grab. That's the 3rd out. We'll go to the top of the 6th. It's still Bobcats 4, Knights nothing. fast-moving game, just like the first game. Frostburg won the first game 2-1 and lead here in game 2, 4-0 in the top of the 6th inning. Jim Bresnahan, Mike Harmon with you. Unless the Knights can rally, just 2 more chances at bat for the Knights here in the 6th and the 7th inning.
Well, we got to assume that the Knights can hold Frostburg to the 4 runs that they have and not allow any more.
Matty Muse went 7 innings in game 1 and trying to go 6 innings at least here in game 2. That ball cranked to left field. Stites back and makes the one-handed grab near the track. So quickly, 1 gone here for Frostburg. You know, Frostburg, if they do end up winning this game, they'll have earned this doubleheader sweep based on, I would think, if nothing else, their starting pitching, because they only got 2 runs in the first game off the Knights and only 4 so far here in game 2.
Well, the pitching has really kept the batters off balance, as we've commented all day long. They've done a great job changing speeds, changing locations, going east-west, north-south, really not getting into any type of pattern.
Mentioned men's baseball in action tonight against Mary Washington over at Covington, and that essentially with a couple of 5 and 10 teams, Mike, I think both are 5 and 10. That's almost like an elimination game.
It is. The one that loses that game will not be able to go forward anymore. The games on Saturday will be a moot point for the Knights. If they win tonight, they have a great chance of sweeping on Saturday, and then the team right above them may lose both games, and that would essentially put the Knights into the 6th seed.
Looking down the Knights baseball roster, I think the only senior I can recall is Gage Bigelow. So that's a pretty young team too. Just as you say, never know from year to year who's going to be available to actually participate. Frostburg draws the walk, runner at first, 1 out. Emily Zingle is now the hitter.
And we've seen Dubs flash some speed before. May be aware of a straight steal here.
That was fouled away. You know, we're talking about women's lacrosse. How do you replace Zoe Bradshaw and Rainey Whitworth?
You don't replace them. You just hope to find some people that can come in and shoulder some of the load.
And, you know, Zoe, from a lacrosse and soccer standpoint, just really very special. Just a lot of fun to watch her. And I know we've commented on this before, that she hits the turf quite a lot. That
does.
Ball is rocketed, and it's going to go foul and out of play.
Yeah, brings a ton of energy to either sport that she plays. Just a fun person to watch.
And again, not that easy to be a 2-sport athlete in college.
And she maintains a 4.0 grade point average in pre-med.
Not that easy either.
Yeah, pre-med too. That's the kicker. I think this semester she has organic and inorganic chemistry at the same time.
But not kinesiology.
Not kinesiology. She's above that.
Or what was the course you mentioned over at the tennis courts?
Oh, that's it.
Okay. That ball hit the center field. Hilton sliding dab and grab it. She makes the catch. Tara Hilton, the runner, just gets back to first base. She scooped that right off the ground. Almost looked like for a second she might have caught it on the first bounce, but no, she got it, Mike.
Yeah, she got her glove right underneath as she slid. Came up just a little bit easy, trying to make sure the ball didn't pop out of her glove, or else she would have had an even better opportunity to get the runner doubled up at first.
She has really made some great plays in center field, at least in the home games we've seen.
You know, just being a freshman, we can only look forward to bigger and better things from her as the seasons go on.
Boy, if you were going to pick an MVP for the women's softball team, would it be? I guess it would come down to maybe Gabbard and maybe Hilton.
I would think so. And I may even lean a little bit more towards Hilton as, you know, some of the plays that she's made in center field has really been able to limit other teams' run potential.
No doubt about that. She's kept some runs off the board. That ball is hit down the left field line for a single. Quickly back in by Stites. So Frostburg has 2 on here in the 6th.
Looks like we'll have a pinch hitter now come out for the Bobcats of Frostburg. Like the number 17.
So it looks like Matalonos will be the hitter, a junior. Selena Matalonos. Knights try to get out of the 6th inning here without allowing a run. They trail 4-0. Called strike.
It's got to be tough coming off the bench, sitting there for over a game and a half, coming out and being expected to put the bat on the ball against Muse, who's really a unique pitcher in the way that she slows the ball down.
That ball is past the third baseman into short left field. 1 run will score. Other runner is going to take third on the throw to the plate, and the hitter goes to second. So it's second and third, 5-0.
You know, and you have to kind of wonder why Stites went ahead and threw that ball home. There was no way to get the speedy runner.
Allowed the runner at second to go to third, and the hitter go to second.
This allows more runners into scoring position. Again, freshmen, they revert back to things they do in high school, and they don't really fully come around to thinking softball in a collegiate sense until about their middle of their sophomore year.
So now Frostburg with a 5-0 lead here in the 6th inning. That ball hit to Stites, and Clark can't get it. It bounces off her glove. 2 runs will score. The hitter down to second base. It is now 7-0 here in the 6th inning, as Blevins, the right fielder, is now at second base.
And that's where Stites should have been calling Clark off. Again, we can hear the wind through our headphones here. It's got to be hard to communicate out there, but you have to be a little bit more boisterous.
Yeah, it looks like Stites really had the easier play of the two. Clark almost made a good catch, but dropped it. Frostburg has scored 3 times now here in the 6th inning. That ball gets away. Runner will stay at second base. It's going to be a walk.
I think it hit her.
Oh, hit her. Okay, so it's first and second. And now Frostburg has a couple of more runners on. Hughes looked like she was going to get out of this 6th inning without allowing a run, but now Frostburg has scored 3 times to take a 7-0 lead.
And that might not have been a bad play to go ahead and hit Capiz, as with one swing we saw what she can do. She really just rocketed it over the center field fence.
Especially with the wind blowing out. Hughes took something off that pitch and got the called strike. That ball is hit to second base, and Rachel makes the grab for the 3rd out. We'll go to the bottom of the 6th. It is 7-0, Frostburg on top. It is 7-0. Frostburg going to the bottom of the 6th inning. I don't believe the Knights have a hit yet, right?
No hits yet.
So that's one thing to aim for here in the last 2 at-bats, down by 7 runs now. This game may be out of reach for the Knights, but still looking to get that first hit. It'll be Helms, the bottom of the order hitter, leading off and fouling that one off.
And we got 3 speed merchants coming up right now with Helms, Hilton, and Moore.
And Alec Calkins, the freshman pitcher, working on a no-hitter right now with Helms fouling another one off for the second strike. Knights scored in the first game, in the very first inning, and they've not been able to score again here in this doubleheader. They lost the game 2-1, losing here now 7-0. Looks like the women's lacrosse game is all done, Mike.
Yeah, they unfortunately lost 21-13. So again, they'll be looking for that first conference win of this season on Saturday at 12 o'clock as they take on Wesley.
So the women are now 7-9 on the season, 0-7 in the Capital Conference.
And that just kind of tells you how strong the Capital Conference is when you're you come out and you're 7-0 outside the conference, or 7-2, excuse me, outside the conference.
7-2 outside the conference and 0-7 inside. And 7-9 on the season. What do you think the chances are for the women on Saturday against Wesley?
Well, they beat Wesley last year for their conference win. It'd be nice to see them go ahead and pick up that win, especially on Senior Day.
Swung on, bad strikeout. Helms out of there, one gone. And suddenly Calkins is 5 outs away. Here's Rachel Moore now. And she lifts the ball to center field, and that is the second out. Couldn't find the gap. Too quickly gone here for the Knights in the 6th. So here comes Tara Hilton. If she can't do anything, it'll be the 3, 4, and 5 hitters for the Knights in the 7th inning.
And right now you're just hoping for anybody to get on base to start some type of rally.
And maybe a hit involved, too.
Maybe a hit involved.
Hilton fouling the first one off, and the next pitch is grounded up the middle, base hit. Breaks up the no-hitter here in the 6th inning. Do you think Calkins was aware of what was going on here at the bottom of the 6th?
Oh, I'm pretty sure in the back of her mind that she knew about it. I know all of her teammates probably knew about it. And if she would have went into the 7th inning with that no-hitter, you would have seen everybody just clear away from her while she's in the dugout.
So Hilton drives the ball to center for a hit. Now here's Edwards with 2 out and Hilton at first base. Quick throw down. Hilton is back. Boy, for Hilton, how about taking off? Try to get that 10th steal of the season. Called strike on Sarah Edwards. Can stay with us after the end of this second game. We'll have a short tribute to the 2 players who are graduating in Sarah Edwards and Annie Clark.
Edwards really working the count now. Again, trying to find any way to get on base.
She had a great on-base percentage coming into the day, .415 with a .280 average. That ball ripped right back to Calkins, who grabs it for the 3rd out. We will go to the 7th inning. It's 7-0 Frostburg. We're in the 7th inning now. Top of the 7th. Frostburg coming up. Bobcats in control of this game, 7-0. They won the first game, 2-1. Knights got their first hit of the second game. Back in the 6th inning, Terry Hilton with a single. But the Knights, who scored in the very first inning, Mike, of game 1, have now been shut out 12 straight innings.
Yeah, I don't think they've had a runner reach second base since that time.
And throughout that time, Matty Muse has been laboring, trying to keep Frostburg off the scoreboard. Trying to get the leadoff hitter. That ball is fouled away.
It's Kim again, the number 8 hitter.
The shortstop for Frostburg.
The shadows have finally overtaken the field.
And no let up on the win.
No let up on the wind.
At least here in game 2. Game 1 wasn't so bad. That pitch is hit to third off the glove of the third baseman, and an easy hit for Frostburg as Kim easily getting down the line.
Have another pinch hitter now come in.
Olivia Ford, a freshman, will be the hitter. 1 on, nobody out for Frostburg here in the 7th inning. And she lifts the ball to short center field for a base hit. It's first and second, nobody out now for Frostburg. And they've had a couple of pinch hitters. Might get some hits.
Come in and done a nice job. You can see that Frostburg not flashy, not going to put up a lot of runs or home runs or hit a lot of gaps for doubles or triples, but very solid fundamental and station-to-station softball.
With this victory, they'd improved to 8-2 in the conference and 22-8 on the season now. First 2 have reached of the 7th inning. Still nobody out. That ball hit right to Clark. Makes the play. Runner gets back. First and second. Now 1 out. This ball is popped up on the infield, and Clark will make the put out, second of the day, of the inning. It's 2 out, 2 on now. Hey, Mike, any thoughts on that big baseball game? Essentially the elimination game tonight at 7 o'clock at Covington between Mary Washington and the Knights.
Well, I know that the Knights are prepared to go with multiple arms tonight to throw Mary Washington off. They did beat Mary Washington earlier in the season when Mary Washington was ranked 14th in the nation.
And I would imagine Mary Washington remembers that loss and a few other losses because, again, this is a team that was, 5-10 in the conference and a great record outside the conference. Ripped. Stites over her head to the wall. 1 run in. Another run headed to the plate and scores to make it 9-0. And the hitter all the way over to third base. Not sure if Stites at least momentarily misjudged that ball, started in maybe a little bit. Not sure even if that was the case, if it would have made a difference.
Yeah, I think she took a step in and then realized that it was on a line going to go over her head, and she retreated as quickly as possible.
So now Frostburg, its biggest lead of the game so far at 9-0 Bobcats. Runner at third, 2 outs. Hughes just trying to finish off Frostburg here in the 7th inning.
Well, I know that Frostburg scored 9 runs, but it's been a quiet 9 runs, not a big flashy runs as we've seen in the past where multiple home runs have been hit. Just a very quiet, steady stream of Bobcats going across the plate.
Yeah, didn't really blow this open, I guess, until the 6th inning when they took a 4-0 lead and made it 7-0. That ball hit the right field. Helms grabs it on one hop. And now 10-0 Frostburg. And we talked about it all game, really, especially the last few innings, how much Muse got left in the tank as far as trying to pitch a doubleheader.
Well, not just that, but how much has the Frostburg batter seen her and seen all her pitches and have really got her timing down now?
Frostburg only scored 2 runs in game 1. They have scored now 10 in game 2. Ball ripped to left field this time. Stites on one bounce will throw it back in. First and second. And Maddie really having a hard time getting that 3rd out.
Well, instead of trying to muscle up and throw the ball past the batters, she's really going to try to rely more on that spin, put a little bit extra spin on it to make the ball dance just a little bit more.
Hit deep. Hilton back to the track, and she grabs it near the wall for the 3rd out of the inning. We will go to the bottom of the 7th. It is Frostburg 10, Knights nothing. We will go now to the bottom of the 7th inning. Jim Bresnahan, Mike Harmon back here with you. It's 10-0 Frostburg. The Bobcats won the opener 2-1, leading here 10-0. Knights, here just recently in the last inning or so, picked up their first hit. Now, Mike, the only thing to play for outside of an 11-run rally is just trying to get on the scoreboard here in game 2.
Yeah, break up the shutout would be the first issue for the Knights, and then go from there.
Mike, I know you got one more women's lacrosse webcast coming up Saturday at noon, but great working with you and Craig and Art again this season.
It's been a joy and a pleasure, especially with all the new toys that Craig Reese has been able to bring out for the broadcast.
Instant replay earlier.
Instant replay. We got some great new cameras and things that are going on there. Just a marvelous setup that he has with the IT department.
And, as always, some great camera operators, too.
Yeah, kudos to them for being out in all the weather that they've been out in.
That's right. Quite often we have an enclosed building with heaters, but not today.
Not today. But at least it's not raining. I've seen them work in the rain with
Or
umbrellas
about a
up
year
over
ago,
there.
maybe snowing.
Snowing, yeah.
During a softball game.
So, yeah, the production staff has done a fantastic job this year.
That ball has hit the center field, and it's out number 1 in the 7th inning. And, of course, as we mentioned, got a women's lacrosse webcast coming up Saturday at noon, and then potentially, I don't know, at this point, I guess, men's lacrosse, maybe even men's baseball with a chance at the postseason tournament.
Well, and also men's tennis.
Yep.
They're seeded number 4, so they'll be hosting a tennis tournament game here against St. Mary's.
And you're hoping with all sports that making the conference tournaments really becomes expected and kind of a casual thing where it's no big deal.
Well, and making them to where you're hosting them at home.
And winning games.
So
obviously.
we can broadcast those games to the fans.
Getting to maybe the national tournament.
That would be
sports.
That would be the ultimate dream come true. That's why you play in a conference, because if you do win the conference tournament, you're the automatic qualifier.
Has anybody ever asked you, give me a prediction, which sport at SVU will be the first to make the national tournament or a national tournament?
That's
hard to answer.
That's very hard to answer, because you have to look at the strength of the conference that you're in and who do you have to overcome and how long will it take to get there. We may, though, see a national qualifier from a cross country sooner than a team sport.
That ball punched to second base, and it's going to be the second out of the inning. So Andy Clark, or make that Stites, goes down. So here's Andy Clark with 2 outs in the 7th inning. Andy going to be one of the 2 honored after this game, along with the catcher, Sarah Edwards. Frostburg trying to put the finishing touch on another victory that would improve them to 8-2 in the conference, 22-8 on the season. Clark takes a called strike. Calkins all the way at pitcher here in game 2. The freshman, she's pitched well.
She sure has. Just really kept the Knights off balance, not only by changing speeds, but changing locations up in the zone, down in the zone, and then east and west in the zone.
Two strikes now on Clark. Hit the third, throw over, and Clark is out, and that is the 3rd out of the game. So Frostburg wraps up this doubleheader sweep, winning the first game 2-1, and taking the nightcap 10-0. Again, now the Bobcats are 8-2 in the conference. Knights dropped to 0-12 now in the conference, Mike, and 7-27 on the season.
Got one more doubleheader to go with Penn State Harrisburg. Looking to at least split with them, get that conference win. Maybe even sweep it would really vault them into a positive mental attitude going into next season.
Yeah, coming into the day, Harrisburg was just 2-8 in the conference, 9-14 of the season. So that would be a great way for the women's softball team to wrap up this season, Mike, by beating Harrisburg at least once, maybe twice this weekend.
It sure would. And again, just give them a lot of confidence coming back into or going into next year.
And as we mentioned, coming up here shortly, it looks like they're going to be honoring Annie Clark and Sarah Edwards.
See them getting ready out on the field, and looks like they're going to walk them around the bases to give them their little mementos of appreciation.
Some flowers there.
Some flowers, I think a couple plaques, some pictures. And again, just a lot of appreciation for these young ladies, really trying to lift the program to greater heights.
And as we've been talking about throughout this doubleheader, I think Annie and Sarah, amongst other players, have really lifted this program from 2015 to 2016.
Oh, no doubt about it. You can look at the play on the field, and just the eye test shows you how much better they are. But also you can look at the win losses, and with 7 wins, they've won 7 times as many games as they did last year. So it's just a great way for them to go out.
And I know they don't want, as you mentioned, the moral losses, but again, that second game got away from them. But the last 2 games before that, the Christopher Newport second game of the doubleheader and the first game against Frostburg here, 2-1 losses were just a key hit here or there, and those would have been victories.
Well, and you can look back to when they played Salisbury. They were actually ahead of Salisbury going into the later innings. A 2-1 loss to York here, a 2-1 loss to Christopher Newport, a 2-1 loss to Frostburg, and those are some of the upper level teams in the Capital Athletic Conference, but not only the Capital Athletic Conference, but in the nation as far as being ranked. So first up, they're going to honor Annie Clark. Annie's played in 89 games since starting her career and has pitched 124 innings for the Knights. In addition to pitching, she's recorded 34 hits, 15 RBIs in 4 years. Last year, she led the team with 4 doubles, the same number she has recorded so far this year. The Gilbert, Arizona native has been named to the provost list multiple times and is majoring in history with a minor in politics. Annie served a mission for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints in Paria, Cape Verde, and is married to men's tennis star Tyler Clark last year and is escorted by him tonight. Congratulations, Annie Clark.
Annie Clark, tremendous player. And again, she's got, I guess, her and Sarah both still just one more shot at Harrisburg.
One more shot.
Yeah.
And we wish them good luck. Next, we're going to have Sarah Edwards. Sarah's played in 99 games in her 3-year career, batting nearly 300 and recording 78 hits and 18 doubles. The catcher from Phoenix, Arizona is 3rd on the team in batting average this year and 2nd with 12 RBIs. 2 weeks ago, Sarah was named to the CAC Weekly Honor Roll after a 5 RBI week, including 3 versus Wesley. Sarah served at LDS Mission in Cervaca, Mexico, and was named numerous times to the Presidents and Provost list. She is majoring in business management and leadership with a minor in Spanish. Thank you very much, both Sarah and Annie.
And Sarah Edwards, a tremendous hitter, tremendous team leader from behind the plate. We talked about it. Very tough to replace seniors or graduating who are like Sarah Edwards and Annie Clark.
It is, and like we said, you don't ever replace them. You just try to find people who can come in and share some of the load. That's one of the great things about college athletics is you get to see them progress so much through their years, and then seeing them leave, it always tugs at your heartstrings.
Well, Mike, I get to recap today. Frostburg gets a doubleheader sweep, 2-1 in the first game, 10-0 in the nightcap. Still, these Harrisburg games coming up for women's softball as they'll try to get a capital victory. And then for the other sports, men's baseball in action tonight, still having hopes of reaching the Capital Conference Tournament. Men's lacrosse with a good chance of reaching the men's lacrosse Capital Conference Tournament. And then, of course, women's lacrosse Saturday at noon. You guys will have the final women's lacrosse home game, and they'll be saluting a couple of seniors, several seniors on Saturday, including, Rainey Woodworth and Zoe Bradshaw.
Yeah, it'll be a big game for them. Both teams, both Wesley and Southern Virginia, will be looking for that Capital Conference win. You always want to get at least one in your season, especially when it's available to you on your senior day.
So that's going to wrap things up here from the fields at Southern Virginia University. Make sure you join Mike on Saturday for women's lacrosse Saturday at noon. For Mike Harmon, I'm Jim Bresnahan and all the crew saying thanks for joining us again, everyone, tonight.